What unseen forces shape the lives of those who dwell beneath the icy expanse of the Arctic Circle? The wind howls with the voices of ancient spirits, whispering forgotten tales of creation and destruction. A lone figure trudges through the blinding snow, their breath visible in the frigid air, each exhale a fleeting memory of warmth lost to the endless winter. In the distance, dark clouds gather ominously, a harbinger of the storm's fury, while the glimmer of the aurora borealis dances overhead, a celestial reminder of the gods who watch and wait. Beneath the surface of this frozen world lies a tapestry, woven with threads of myth and legend, where beings of immense power and mystery roam. Sedna, the goddess of the sea, commands the creatures of the deep with a flick of her wrist, her tragic story echoing through the ice-locked fjords. Each harrowing encounter with the hunter who dared to defy her will unfolds like the crack of ice beneath heavy boots, a warning that nature's wrath is swift and unforgiving. As the shadows deepen, one can almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, their voices rising from the icy depths, urging the living to remember the sacrifices that birthed their very existence. Tonight, the village sits on the edge of a precipice, tension crackling in the air like static electricity before a storm. The elders, with fur-lined hoods pulled tight against the bitter chill, gather around the flickering flames of a quillick, their faces etched with worry. They speak in hushed tones of an omen, a seal caught beneath the ice, its cries echoing through the darkness, a desperate plea for help. The villagers exchange uneasy glances, the weight of impending doom hanging heavy. They know that to ignore the signs is to invite calamity. Yet fear roots them to the spot, paralyzing their instincts. As the first flurries of snow begin to swirl like lost souls around the gathering, a child's laughter pierces the tension, momentarily dispelling the dread that looms like a storm cloud. But soon, the laughter fades, swallowed by the chilling wind, as the elders recite tales of Yurak, the trickster, whose antics once brought both joy and sorrow to their people. The legends are alive, breathing with the essence of those who came before, reminding all who listen that the line between the sacred and the profane is perilously thin. Then, in a moment that stretches into eternity, a howl rises from the night, a sound both haunting and primal, a warning that cannot be ignored. The villagers' hearts race, the air thick with anticipation as they realize the time for hesitation has passed. Something stirs beneath the ice, an awakening that threatens to reshape their reality. The stories of old are rising to meet them, demanding to be heard, and the fabric of their existence is about to be irrevocably torn. The essence of Inuit mythology is alive tonight, and soon the very fate of their world will hinge upon the choices they make in this frozen wilderness where legends and reality collide with the force of a winter storm. The icy winds howled as they swept across the vast tundra, carrying whispers of ancient tales that danced like shadows among the snowdrifts. In the endless expanse of white, where the sun barely kissed the horizon, the Inuit people found warmth not only in their fires, but in the stories passed down through countless generations. Each tale was a thread woven into the tapestry of their existence, connecting them to the land, the sea, and the celestial bodies that illuminated the long, dark nights. Inuit mythology is steeped in a profound understanding of nature and the forces that govern life in one of the harshest environments on Earth. Every mountain, river, and creature bore significance, embodying spirits and ancient beings that shaped the world around them. The Inuit saw themselves as part of a delicate balance, where every action resonated with the spirits of the land. A hunter would pause before taking a life, offering gratitude to the spirit of the animal, acknowledging the sacrifice that would sustain his family through the long winter. The origins of these stories traced back to the dawn of time, where the Inuit believed that the world was created through a series of dramatic events and divine interventions. At the very core was the figure of Raven, a trickster spirit that was as clever as he was mischievous. In tales whispered around flickering fires, Raven stole light from the heavens, scattering it across the world, illuminating the dark and cold with warmth and life. This act of defiance against the darkness was celebrated, for it symbolized hope and the promise of a new day. The raven became a bridge between the earthly realm and the enchanting world of spirits, embodying the duality of creation and chaos. As the stories flowed through the generations, they were not merely entertainment, they were lessons, warnings wrapped in the guise of myth. The tale of Sedna, the sea goddess, brought shivers to the spine. A young woman cast adrift by her own father, Sedna descended into the depths of the ocean, where she became the guardian of sea creatures. Her long flowing hair transformed into the seals, walrus, and fish that would sustain the people. Yet, her rage could summon storms and make the sea a treacherous place. The Inuit learned from Sedna's sorrow: respect the sea, for it gives and it takes with equal ferocity. The depths of Inuit mythology were rich with female figures too, who held power and wisdom. The stories of these women revealed a world where femininity and strength were intertwined, each character reflecting the essence of survival. From the gentle yet fierce nature of the Earth Mother, who nurtured the land, to the cleverness of the woman who married a bear, these narratives wove a complex understanding of life and the roles within it. The Inuit celebrated these tales in their songs and dances, their voices rising like the northern lights swirling above them, vivid, powerful, and deeply rooted in cultural identity. The Inuits' relationship with the land was not just one of survival. It was a sacred connection marked by reverence. They believed in the spirits of the animals, which were not just food, but were part of their community. In the story of the hunter and the polar bear, a bond was formed through mutual respect and understanding. The hunter, after a successful chase, would offer a prayer of thanks, acknowledging the bear's spirit. The Inuit understood that every life was interwoven, a delicate thread in the fabric of existence. These mythological narratives were often shared during the long winter nights, where families huddled together, wrapped in blankets of fur and warmth. The flickering flames of the quollic, the traditional oil lamp, cast shadows that danced on the walls of their igloos. And in those moments, time itself seemed to pause. Elders recounted the stories of the ancients, their voices low and melodic, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. The children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by the tales of heroes and spirits, love and loss, triumph and tragedy. Yet, beneath the surface of joy and laughter, often lurked the sobering realization of the harsh realities of life in the Arctic. Many of the myths served as cautionary tales, warning of hubris and the consequences of neglecting the spirit world. The Inuit understood that disrespecting nature could lead to dire consequences. The land could turn against them, and the animals could vanish if their spirits were angered. The balance between living and thriving depended on honoring these ancient agreements. Inuit mythology also held a mirror to the cosmic wonders that unfolded above. The auroras, those mesmerizing ribbons of light dancing across the night sky, were believed to be the spirits of the departed, playing games or celebrating life. The Inuit marveled at these celestial phenomena, creating stories that captured their beauty and mystery. The sky was not just above them. It was a canvas painted with the lives and dreams of those who had come before. As the myths evolved, they embodied both the wisdom of the past and the adaptability of the Inuit people. Each tale was a living entity, shifting to reflect the changing tides of life and the environment. The oral traditions were not fixed, they were fluid, evolving with each storyteller who breathed life into them. This dynamic nature allowed the Inuit to remain connected to their culture, even as the world around them changed dramatically. The vastness of the Arctic landscape mirrored the depth of Inuit mythology, each peak and valley echoing the stories etched into the very soul of the people. The connection to the land was palpable, alive in the songs sung in joyous celebration or whispered in solemn remembrance. Each story carried an emotional weight, pulling at the heartstrings, wrapped in the timeless dance between life and death, joy and sorrow. As the shadows lengthened and the stories wove their spell, the cold outside receded, replaced by the warmth of shared heritage and communal bonds. The flickering light of the quillic illuminated the faces of the listeners, eyes glistening with wonder and emotion. This was more than storytelling. It was a lifeline to the past, a promise to the future, and an acknowledgement of the spirits that walked alongside them in every step of their journey. And within this rich tapestry of myth, the Inuit found their way, guided by the wisdom of those who came before, forever echoing in the winds of the tundra. The crackling fire cast flickering shadows against the walls of the igloo, each flicker a whisper from the past, a heartbeat of a culture. As the cold wind howled outside, a group of Inuit gathered, their breath visible in the frigid air. They were a family, bound not just by blood, but by stories that danced between them, stories that had traveled through time, whispered from one generation to the next. Each tale held a piece of their soul, a thread weaving their identity together, vibrating with life and urgency. Inuit stories were alive, pulsing with emotion, imbued with the very essence of the land they inhabited. They carried the weight of ancient wisdom, the echoes of ancestors who had navigated the harsh Arctic landscape. It was here, amidst the swirling snowflakes and the biting wind, that the role of oral tradition unfolded. The elders would take center stage, their voices deep and resonant, drawing the young ones closer, their eyes wide with wonder and anticipation. As the fire crackled, the stories began, each word a spark igniting the imagination. Once, the moon was a young woman. One elder began, his voice rhythmic and soothing, and she fell in love with the sun. The listeners leaned in, captivated. They could almost see the shimmering moonlight dance across the snow, illuminating the world with a soft glow. The sun, a powerful force, was too bright for her delicate heart, yet their connection was undeniable. As the tale unfolded, it told of their longing, their struggles, and the sacrifices made for love. Children shivered, not from the cold, but from the tension that hung in the air, a magnetic pull that held them captive. Oral tradition was not just about telling stories. It was about preserving the very fabric of Inuit life. Every tale was a lesson, a warning, or a celebration. The elders spoke of the great caribou, majestic and wild, and the importance of respecting the land that provided for them. They told of the cunning fox and the brave bear, each character representing qualities admired and feared. With every story, history was etched into the minds of the young ones, ensuring that the past was never forgotten. The connection between the storyteller and the audience was palpable. Each heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the tale. As the night deepened, the stories grew darker, filled with the whispers of spirits and the haunting cries of the northern winds. "Beware the shadow," one elder warned, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush. "It is said that those who stray too far from the path may never return." The children exchanged nervous glances, feeling the weight of the warning, their imaginations igniting with images of lost souls wandering the icy wilderness. The thrill of fear charged the atmosphere, weaving excitement through their veins. The stories were alive, enveloping them like the very snow that surrounded their home. Each tale was a thread in the rich tapestry of Inuit life, illustrating the delicate balance between humans and the natural world. The stories taught respect for the spirits of the land and the animals that shared it. The seal, a wise elder would say, is not just a creature of the sea. He is a brother, a reminder of our interconnection. The children would listen intently, their hearts swelling with a sense of belonging, understanding that their fate was intertwined with that of the earth and its creatures. As dawn approached, the air filled with an electric energy, a sense of urgency and anticipation. The elders spoke of the future, of the ever-changing world outside their igloo. They shared tales of resilience, of survival amidst shifting ice and uncertain times. "The storm will come," one elder foretold, his voice steady and firm. "But we are stronger than the winds. We are the story, and we will endure." Stories became a sanctuary, a place where fear transformed into strength. The children clung to the words, feeling the power of their ancestors coursing through their veins. Each narrative was a promise, a shield against the harsh realities of life. The beauty of oral tradition lay in its ability to adapt, to grow with each storyteller, while remaining rooted in the wisdom of the past. Inuit stories were not merely entertainment, they were lifelines. They bridged the gap between generations, ensuring that the knowledge, beliefs, and values of the Inuit people would continue to thrive. The flickering flames mirrored the flickering memories passed down, the laughter and the tears intertwined, like the very threads of their existence. As the last embers glowed softly in the dawn light, the elders' voices faded into the quiet of the day, leaving behind a lingering warmth, a pulse of life that would carry forward. The children, their spirits ignited, would carry these stories within them, ready to share them with their own children, ensuring that the sacred tradition would never die. As they prepared to face the day, the world outside stirred with possibility, the vast Arctic landscape a canvas for new tales waiting to be born. The wind howled again, but this time it was a call to adventure, a reminder that the stories were not confined to the warmth of the igloo. They echoed through the mountains, across the ice, and into the hearts of every Inuit, waiting to be told again. And so, the cycle continued, each story a bridge to the next, a thread weaving through the fabric of time, uniting past, present, and future in a dance as old as the land itself. The Arctic winds howled like a chorus of ancient spirits, their chilling breath wrapping around a small village nestled against the icy shores of the north. The sun flickered low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the snow, whispering stories of the past. In this frozen landscape, where survival hung by the thinnest thread, the Inuit people carved their existence from ice and stone. Their myths echoed through generations, telling tales that intertwined with the very fabric of nature, the fight for survival, and the spirit world that watched over them. At the edge of a great glacier stood a young hunter named Kalik. His heart raced with the thrill of the chase, his breath visible in the biting air. The earth beneath him was not just ground, it was alive with stories, each crack and crevice holding the weight of ancestral struggles. Kalik felt the presence of his ancestors guiding him, their whispers mingling with the sighs of the wind. He was not just hunting for food, he was performing a sacred ritual, a dance with the spirits of the land. In Inuit mythology, nature was not an adversary, but a partner in the struggle for life. Every animal, every snowflake had a spirit, deserving of respect. As Kalik trekked through the snow, he remembered the tales his grandmother told him around the fire. Stories of Sedna, the sea woman, who ruled over the creatures of the ocean. Sedna's fingers, severed by her own father in a fit of rage, transformed into the seals, walruses, and whales that filled the icy waters. The Inuit believed that when they respected the animals and honored Sedna, they would be rewarded with bountiful hunts. The hunt was not just a physical necessity. It was a spiritual connection, a way to honor the very essence of life that flowed through the land. There was a moment of silence, a pause in the clamor of his heartbeat, as he spotted a seal resting on the ice. Kalik steadied his breath, gripping his harpoon tightly. The world around him seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with tension. He remembered his father's words. A hunter must be both fierce and gentle. The spirit of the animal must be respected, for it is a part of the circle of life. With calculated precision, he launched the harpoon, the weapon slicing through the air like a whisper, a prayer to the spirits. In that heartbeat of a moment, Kalik experienced the profound connection between nature and survival. The seal was not just a creature, it was a life that contributed to the intricate web of existence. Kalik felt a pang of sorrow as he approached his catch, recognizing the weight of his actions. Yet he also felt the rush of survival coursing through him, the need to feed his family, to honor the pact made between hunter and hunted. Not far from where Kalik stood, an old shaman named Anana sat in her igloo, her bones weary, yet her spirit unbroken. She was a bridge between worlds, a keeper of stories and traditions that transcended time. As she closed her eyes, the flickering flames of her oil lamp illuminated her weathered face, revealing the map of her life, wrinkles formed by laughter and tears, joy and hardship. In her visions, she wandered the vast expanse of the spirit realm, where she conversed with animals and ancestors alike. "Tell them I am here," she whispered, her voice soft yet powerful. In her dreams, she saw the great caribou herd, their antlers shimmering under the moonlight. They danced, their hooves making music with the earth. She understood that the spirits were restless, craving balance and respect from the living. The stories she carried were not just for her. They were messages, warnings, and blessings for her people. Inuit myths were steeped in the necessity of survival, the constant struggle against the harshness of the world. This was evident in the tales of the great trickster, Nanook, the spirit of the polar bear. Nanook reminded people of the importance of adaptability and cunning in the face of adversity. He was a symbol of strength and resilience, embodying the spirit of survival itself. The Inuit believed that when storms raged and ice broke beneath their feet, it was Nanook testing them, challenging them to endure and innovate. As Kalik returned home, with the seal draped across his shoulders, the village buzzed with the joy of shared survival. He could hear the laughter of children and the songs of women weaving through the air, a celebration of life in the bleakest of winters. The hunter's heart swelled with pride and gratitude as he approached the fire, the warmth wrapping around him like a long-lost hug. He knew that every meal shared was a tribute to the spirits, a reminder of the delicate balance they maintained with the world around them. Yet, not all was well. In the distance, dark clouds gathered, a storm brewing on the horizon. The spirits were restless, and Kalik could feel a shift in the air. Anana, sensing the unease, gathered the villagers to share her visions. The time has come for us to remember our connection to nature and the spirits. We must honor them, for they are our guides and protectors. Her voice carried a weight that silenced the chatter, and eyes turned to her, reflecting both fear and hope. As the winds picked up strength, Kalik's thoughts turned back to the myths that had shaped his life. Nature was the core of their existence, both a source of sustenance and a powerful entity that demanded respect. The struggle for survival was more than just a battle against hunger. It was a dance intertwined with the spirit of the land and the stories that shaped their identity. With the first flurries of snow beginning to swirl around them, Kalik stood at the threshold of the unknown, a reflection of the many challenges yet to come. He felt the weight of his ancestors upon him, their hopes and dreams resting on his shoulders. The spirits were watching, waiting. The night was still young, and the stories were far from over. The connection between nature, survival, and spirit thrummed in the air, a melody that echoed through the hearts of all who listened. The frigid winds howled through the vast expanse of the Arctic landscape, a relentless symphony that echoed the stories of ancient times. Beneath the shimmering auroras, the Inuit people once whispered the names of their gods and goddesses, each a powerful force woven into the fabric of their lives. In this frozen world, where survival was steeped in both struggle and reverence, these deities were not mere figures of mythology. They were the very essence of existence, guardians of the land and sea, the heartbeat of the icy terrain. At the center of this celestial pantheon stood Sedna, the goddess of the sea. Her legend was as deep as the ocean depths she ruled, a tale of loss and transformation that sent chills through the bone. Once, a beautiful woman, betrayed by those she trusted, Sedna's fingers were severed, cast into the waters where they transformed into the sea creatures that would nourish her people. The Inuit knew her moods. The way the waves crashed and calmed mirrored her own emotions. When the sea was bountiful, it was Sedna's laughter echoing through the currents. When it was harsh and unforgiving, her sorrow could be felt in the icy gusts of wind. Fishermen would often whisper prayers to her before embarking on their voyages, hoping to earn her favor, to appease her deeply rooted rage. The sight of a seal cresting the surface of the water became a sacred moment, a reminder that they were all intertwined in a delicate balance of give and take. Then there was Raven, the trickster god, a character woven with both mischief and wisdom. To the Inuit, Raven was the bringer of light, a figure whose cunning shaped the world as they knew it. With a flap of his black wings, he crafted mountains and carved valleys, his laughter echoing through the skies. But Raven was not just a creator. He embodied chaos, too. Tales of his escapades filled the long winter nights, stories that sparked laughter and raised eyebrows alike. The villagers would gather around flickering fires, their shadows dancing on snow-covered ground, as elders recounted how Raven stole the sun from the clutches of darkness, or how he played tricks on unsuspecting beings, revealing that wisdom often comes wrapped in folly. His unpredictable nature was a reminder that life could change in an instant, a lesson deeply etched in the hearts of those who listened. And lurking within the shadows of the Arctic nights was the enigmatic goddess, Aningen. She embodied the moon, her luminous presence a guiding light in the darkness. Aningen was known to be both nurturing and fierce, her glow illuminating the paths of wanderers, while simultaneously holding secrets in her glow. The Inuit believed that she guided the souls of the deceased, her silvery beams casting a protective aura over the night. Mothers would tell their children stories of Aningen, how she would watch over them while they slept, ensuring their dreams were filled with joy and comfort. Yet, there was an edge to her beauty. Tales warned that anyone who disrespected the night sky would feel her wrath, a chilling reminder of the power she held. The moonlit nights transformed into a canvas of reflection and reverence, a connection to the divine that felt both gentle and commanding. Among the lesser-known deities was Takukak, the spirit of the land, often perceived as a guardian of the animals and the natural world. His presence was felt in the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind through the tundra, and the silent movement of the creatures that roamed the land. The Inuit saw Takukak as a vital force, a protector of the delicate balance between the people and nature. When hunters ventured into the wilderness, they would invoke his name, acknowledging the interconnectedness of all living things. The heartbeats of animals, the pulse of the land, and the breath of the Inuit were all part of a sacred rhythm that Takukak maintained. His essence was woven into the fabric of their existence, a constant reminder that life was a circle, each part essential to the whole. As the night deepened, the stories of these major deities intertwined with the lives of the Inuit people, their emotions palpable like the biting cold air. The flickering firelight painted the faces of listeners with warmth, illuminating the awe reflected in their eyes as they absorbed the power of these legends. Each tale carried the weight of history, a connection to the land that thrummed beneath their feet. The deities were not just figures of old, they were a living force, their energy coursing through the very essence of every Inuit heart. In the quiet moments, as the winds howled and the stars twinkled like distant memories, it became clear that the Inuit gods and goddesses were not just ancient stories. They were a part of an ongoing narrative, a bond between the seen and unseen, between the living and the spirits that watched over them. The emotions stirred within the hearts of the Inuit were a testament to a belief that echoed through time, where each god and goddess represented more than power. They embodied the hopes, fears, and dreams of a people who stood resilient against the unforgiving Arctic climate. In this cold embrace of winter nights, the stories continued to unfold, an eternal dance of creation and destruction, of laughter and sorrow, forever binding the Inuit to their gods. And so, as the shadows flickered and the fire crackled, the tales of Sedna, Raven, Aningen, and Takukak wove a tapestry of life that transcended time, leading the way toward what was yet to come, a deeper understanding of the world and the forces that shaped it. With every whispered name, the connection to the divine grew stronger, echoing through the ages, promising that the saga of the Inuit, their gods, and the land would never truly end. In the chilling grip of the Arctic night, the wind howled like a lost soul, carrying whispers from the icy waters that nestled upon the shores of ancient lands. Beneath the surface of this frozen expanse lay Sedna, a figure both haunting and divine, her presence felt in every ripple and crash of the waves. Legends of her beauty and fury echoed through the generations, binding her to the hearts of the Inuit people. She was not merely a goddess, She was the embodiment of the sea, a force of nature who dictated life and death in equal measure. Sedna's story began long before the first snow fell on her icy kingdom. Once, she was a cherished maiden, with hair as dark as the night sky and eyes that sparkled like the stars above. Her laughter danced among the seals, and her spirit soared with the gulls. She was adored by many, but her heart belonged to a handsome hunter from the land. They shared dreams of a life filled with joy and abundance, a future glowing with the warmth of love. However, fate had a different plan. One fateful night, while the moon hung high and full, a shape appeared on the horizon, a mystical creature that wore the guise of a handsome man. He promised Sedna a life of luxury beneath the waves, where fish swam in abundance, and the cold was only a memory. Tempted by his words, she followed him into the depths, only to discover the truth. He was a monstrous sea spirit, a being who craved her very essence to enhance his own power. Her struggle against his grasp was fierce, filled with desperation and sorrow, but the depths of the ocean were relentless. In a final act of defiance, Sedna fought back, clawing at her captor until her fingers were torn from her hands, sinking into the dark abyss. With each lost fingertip, she watched helplessly as her life slipped away, transforming into the creatures of the sea. Her fingers became the seals, the walrus, the fish. She was forever bound to the ocean, but her spirit raged, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. As she descended into her new existence, her sorrow turned to wrath. Sedna became the guardian of the underworld, a cold queen whose approval was necessary for the survival of every hunter. The men of the north, their bellies growling and families waiting, had to pay homage to her. Offerings of the catch, a seal blubber or a carved figure, were made at her feet, hoping to soothe the anger that simmered within her. Yet, the icebergs that towered like ancient giants were a constant reminder of her pain, and the tides echoed her cries of anguish. In the depths of the ocean, life was a swirl of color and movement, but Sedna's heart remained shrouded in ice. The fish danced above her as she sat on her throne of coral, surrounded by the spirits of those who had fallen beneath the waves. They sang songs of sorrow, their voices blending into a haunting melody that reverberated through the ocean depths, a reminder of the life she had lost. She listened, the sound both beautiful and filled with longing. Every note a shard of glass stabbing at her heart. An old shaman, wise and weathered, understood Sedna's pain. His people had suffered long enough. They had felt the weight of her grief each time they returned home empty-handed, their nets dragging against the frigid water without a single catch. He ventured into the icy waters, a small offering in hand, a carved seal made from the wood of the sacred trees that grew in the permafrost. "Great Sedna," he called, his voice steady against the roar of the surf. "We honor you. We seek your favor. Grant us your blessing, and let our hunts be fruitful." As the shaman's words echoed, a silence fell, heavy and suffocating. It felt as though the ocean itself held its breath, waiting for Sedna's response. The water churned, swirling in a dance that spoke of her turmoil, and then, with a powerful surge, she rose, her figure breaking the surface, a beautiful yet terrifying sight. Her hair flowed like seaweed, her eyes glowing with the tempest of her emotions. "Why should I grant you my mercy?" she thundered, her voice a crash of waves against jagged rocks. "You have forgotten the cost of my power." The hunters, trembling with trepidation, could feel the weight of her sorrow. They knew what had been lost, what had been stolen. They could see the flickers of her fingers, those creatures that swam and danced, forever tied to her essence. Yet, within the depths of her anguish, there lay the faintest glimmer of hope. Perhaps there could be a way to mend the rift that had formed between her and the world above. The thought flickered in her heart like a dying flame, yearning to be rekindled. Could she find a way to forgive? Or would her pain forever drown out the whispers of joy? As days turned to weeks, the people of the land continued their offerings, their spirits rising and falling like the tides. Some spoke of Sedna's power, others feared her wrath. And yet, beneath the ice, she watched, listened, and waited. The hunters began to share tales of her beauty, weaving her legend into their lives, a part of their existence as essential as the sea itself. They honored her in ritual, lighting fires that crackled and danced in the cold, each flame a flicker of connection to the goddess they both feared and revered. One stormy night, an unexpected visitor appeared on the shore, a brave young woman, her heart filled with empathy and courage. She had heard the stories of Sedna's plight, and her spirit wouldn't allow her to turn away. With a heart full of determination, she stepped into the freezing waters, her breath coming in quick bursts, a whispered prayer on her lips. "Sedna," she called, "I see your pain. You do not have to be alone." The water rippled, and Sedna's presence loomed large, but not with anger. Instead, a flicker of curiosity sparked within her. Here was someone not merely seeking favor, but genuinely reaching out, offering understanding. The tide swirled around the girl as Sedna listened, her icy heart beginning to thaw, just a fraction. The young woman continued, her voice steady despite the raging storm. "You are the keeper of the sea, but you are also a part of us. We can honor you, and you can guide us. Let us work together to find balance between our worlds." Sedna's gaze, once filled with despair, softened. As the storm raged above, a calm settled beneath the waves. Could it be that hope lingered, waiting to be embraced once more? The sea whispered around them, a promise hidden beneath the surface, an awakening of something long thought lost. And in that moment, the ties between goddess and humanity began to intertwine, creating a bond that would ripple through the ages. In the beginning, there was silence, a profound stillness that stretched across an endless void. No light shimmered, no sound echoed. The universe lay in tranquil darkness, waiting, pregnant with the promise of life. A single thought flickered into existence, and with it came a tremor, as if the very fabric of nothingness shivered with anticipation. From that thought poured forth a surge of unimaginable energy, vibrant and fiery. It cascaded through the void, expanding with a brilliance that burned away the silence. This was the birth of creation. Galaxies spun into existence, stars ignited, and the very essence of matter began to take shape. The cosmos, which had once been nothing but an empty canvas, erupted with color and light, each hue telling a story of its own. Time, once a mere concept, began to flow as the universe danced to its primordial rhythm. It was in this celestial ballet that the Earth was formed, a beautiful blue sphere swirling with rich greens and browns. The first whispers of wind caressed its surface, a gentle greeting from the universe that cradled it. Oceans swelled and roared, mountains rose majestically, and the land blended in a tapestry of life waiting to unfurl. Yet, all was not yet complete. With the land came the call of life. Tiny seeds, like dreams trapped in the soil, began to awaken. They pushed through the earth with determination, reaching for the sun, their vibrant greens contrasting against the deep browns of the soil. Trees stretched their limbs toward the sky, offering shade and shelter, while flowers burst forth in hues of crimson, violet, and gold, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. In the shadow of these towering giants, creatures stirred. First came the little ones, insects buzzing with purpose, their tiny wings shimmering in the sunlight. They danced from flower to flower, their movements painting the air with life. Then, from the depths of the oceans, fish flicked their tails, gliding through the water like whispers of joy. In the forests, small mammals scurried, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of their surroundings. As day turned to night, the moon emerged, casting a silver glow upon the world. It was a gentle guardian, watching over the creatures below. The stars twinkled like distant dreams come to life, each one a reminder of the vastness of creation. They bore witness to the wonders unfolding on earth, each spark a testament to the stories waiting to be told. But amid this beauty, a deeper call echoed, a longing for connection, for companionship. From the dust of the earth, shaped by hands that had known the warmth of creation itself, humanity arose. In that moment, the world held its breath, for within these beings lay the potential for greatness and devastation, love and hate, joy and sorrow. They opened their eyes to the world, filled with wonder and fear, connected to the heartbeat of the universe, yet adrift in their own thoughts. With every breath, they marveled at the dawn of a new day, the colors of the sunrise painting the sky in strokes of pink and orange. They listened to the symphony of nature, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of rivers, the call of distant thunder. Their hearts soared with the realization of their place in this grand tapestry, yet a weight lingered. They were aware of their fragility, how easily the delicate balance of life could be disrupted. As the years unfurled, the humans began to carve their own stories. They built villages, nurturing their bonds as they shared food and laughter. They looked to the stars for guidance, creating myths that echoed around campfires, tales that spoke of gods and monsters, of creation and destruction. They stood in awe of nature's power, a force that could both cradle and consume. But with progress came recklessness. The oceans that had cradled life now felt the sting of carelessness. The forests that had whispered secrets began to fall silent under the weight of axes. A sense of unease crept into their hearts. The very essence that had breathed life into the world seemed to falter. They looked at the horizon, searching for a sign, a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, the earth itself began to speak in ways unnoticed. The rumble of distant thunder was more than a storm. It was a reminder of the balance they had ignored. The tremors of the ground beneath their feet were not merely quakes, but a call to their forgotten wisdom. Nature's fury was not a punishment, but a plea for respect, a plea that echoed through the ages. The sky darkened, and storms raged, as if echoing their inner turmoil. Lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the faces of the frightened and the hopeful alike. In those moments, they remembered the stories of old, how creation was a dance of chaos and harmony intertwined. They gathered together, hands clasped, hearts beating, as one, ready to listen, to understand, and to mend what had been broken. With every drop of rain that fell, they felt the weight of their choices wash over them, cleansing their spirits and renewing their commitment to the world that had nurtured them. As the clouds parted, a brilliant rainbow arched across the sky, a promise that the cycle of creation was not lost, but renewed, waiting for them to embrace the harmony once more. As they gazed at the horizon, The setting sun painted the sky in hues of hope, igniting a spark within. They realized their journey was intertwined with the very essence of creation itself. The stories of their ancestors whispered through the winds, reminding them that each day was a chance to begin anew, to honor the gifts laid before them, and to tread lightly upon the earth. With determination ignited within them, they stepped forward, inspired by the beauty that surrounded them, the beauty born of chaos and order, light and darkness, life and death. The world was not merely a place to inhabit, it was a living testament to the sacred dance of existence, a dance that called to them with open arms, ready to weave their stories into the eternal tapestry of life itself. The echoes of creation surged around them, propelling them into an uncertain yet thrilling future, a journey that had only just begun. A howl echoed through the stillness of the Arctic night, piercing the silence like the edge of a knife. The stars shimmered overhead, cold and distant, yet alive with stories untold. Below, in the shimmering blanket of snow, a lone figure stood, eyes closed, breathing in the crisp air. In that moment, the line between the human and the animal world shimmered, revealing glimpses of ancient beliefs that had thrived in the frost-bitten landscape for generations. For the Inuit, animals were not mere creatures of the land. They were sacred entities, woven into the very fabric of life. Each animal held a spirit, a deep connection to the natural world that surrounded them. The Inuit believed that every living being possessed a soul, a presence that could guide and protect those who respected them. The caribou, with its silent grace and fierce strength, was revered as a powerful spirit guide, leading hunters to sustenance and survival. When a hunter successfully brought down a caribou, it was not just a victory, it was an act of respect, a dance between man and beast that honored the spirit of the land. In the icy grip of winter, the sea otter was seen as a playful spirit, a trickster who reminded the Inuit of the importance of joy amid the harshest conditions. Children would listen wide-eyed as their grandparents told stories of how the sea otter danced upon the waves, calling forth laughter even in the darkest times. Each splash of water told a tale of resilience, urging the young to find happiness in every moment, even when surrounded by despair. These stories spun through the air like threads of silk, binding the community together and reminding them of their shared connection with the animal spirits. But it was the majestic polar bear that held the deepest reverence among the Inuit. Towering and fierce, it was seen as a guardian of the cold, embodying strength and wisdom. The bear was not just a creature of the hunt, it was a symbol of power. When a polar bear was spotted, the air crackled with a mix of fear and respect. The Inuit believed that the bear's spirit guided them in their quest for survival. Dreaming of a bear was said to bring strength to the dreamer, a sign that their ancestors were watching over them, offering protection and guidance through the treacherous landscape. Inuit shamans often engaged in rituals to connect with these animal spirits. They would fast and enter the trance-like state of a dream, seeking visions that would reveal the lessons of the animals. A shaman might emerge from a vision, their heart echoing with the call of a raven, a creature of mystery and transformation. The raven, with its glossy feathers and sharp eyes, was believed to be a bridge between the earthly realm and the spirit world. It whispered secrets into the ears of those who would listen, urging them to pay attention to the signs around them. Among the snow-covered hills, the whispers of the past danced in the wind. As the Inuit children played, they would often create totems from the bones of animals, each carving telling a story of bravery, guidance, and respect. The totems were more than mere decorations. They were a physical manifestation of the relationship between the Inuit and the animal spirits. A carved seal might represent adaptability, while a wolf totem could signify loyalty and teamwork. These symbols reminded the community of their connection to the land and the spirits that roamed it, grounding them in their identity and culture. The dance of life was written in the stories of the animals. Each encounter was a chance to learn, to grow, to connect with something greater than oneself. The Inuit spoke of the time when the animals gathered to discuss their roles in the world, a council of spirits deciding how best to guide their human counterparts. This gathering would result in the spirits bestowing gifts upon the Inuit, granting them the wisdom of the land and the strength to endure its challenges. This sacred bond was a lifeline, a thread woven through the fabric of existence. But darkness lurked in the shadows of this sacred relationship. A tale echoed through the ages, a warning of what could happen when the balance was disrupted. Legends spoke of a hunter who, in his greed, took more than he needed from the land. He hunted the seals without gratitude, without respect for their spirits. One fateful night, the spirits of the animals gathered, cloaked in the cold mist that wrapped around the village. They decided to teach him a lesson. As he slept, the spirits conjured a fierce storm, snow and ice swirling around him. The hunter awoke, lost and alone, surrounded by the spirits of the animals he had wronged. When he finally emerged from the tempest, he returned a changed man, carrying the weight of his lessons in every step, in every crest of the wind and every flicker of the northern lights. The Inuit felt the presence of their spirit guides. Animals were not just part of the landscape, they were woven into the very essence of existence. The whispers of the past merged with the living rhythm of today, echoing through the ice and snow. The community gathered around the fire, sharing tales that thrilled and chilled, hearts beating as one to the ancient drum of their ancestors. Each story was a thread, each laugh a stitch, binding the present to the past, weaving a tapestry alive with the essence of the spirits. As the night wore on and the fire crackled, the shadows danced, and the air shimmered with unseen forces. The elders raised their voices, chanting the names of the spirits, calling forth the power of the animals. In that sacred space, it was as if the very air vibrated with the weight of their history, their connection, their survival. It was a reminder that the stories of animals would never fade. They would continue to guide, protect, and teach, helping the Inuit navigate the challenges of a world that was ever-changing, but always filled with the spirits of the past. The stories would keep flowing, like the rivers that carved through the land, leading seamlessly into the next chapter of their existence, an endless cycle of life and spirit intertwined. Underneath the ink-black sky, a figure flitted gracefully between the trees, its wings whispering secrets to the night. Raven, the trickster of old, perched high on a branch, his glossy feathers shimmering like oil under the moonlight. He was not just a bird, he was a legend, a shapeshifter who played with the boundaries of life, death, and everything in between. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very world held its breath, waiting for the next twist in Raven's intricate game. Raven had long held the title of creator and destroyer, a being of both mischief and wisdom. In ancient times, when the world was young and shadows danced more vividly, he was known to steal light from the sun and bring it to the people, illuminating their lives with his daring spirit. But with every gift came a price, and the price of light was the laughter of the innocent. Each chuckle he coaxed from a child turned into a fleeting sparkle in the night sky, beautiful, yet bittersweet. As he surveyed the land below, shadows of other trickster figures stirred in the darkness. Coyote, the sly one, known for his sharp wit and even sharper fangs, prowled along the rugged cliffs, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He was the embodiment of chaos, an agent of confusion, who reveled in the folly of both gods and men. With a tilt of his head, he could turn a simple hunt into a contest of wits, challenging hunters to outsmart him. The stories whispered of his cunning ways, of how he once convinced the stars to trade places with fireflies, leaving the night bewildered. In the northern lands, the great Nanabojo, the Ojibwe trickster, stood tall with a heart full of adventure. He created the first man and woman from clay, breathing life into them with a spark of his own essence. Yet even he could not resist an opportunity to indulge in mischief. He once transformed himself into a beautiful woman, enchanting the very moon, only to leave her longing when the dawn broke. His laughter echoed through the woods, a sound that vibrated with the pulse of nature itself, reminding every creature of the fine line between creation and chaos. But there was another trickster who loomed large in the minds of many, Anansi, the spider from West African folklore. With his web of stories, he taught valuable lessons through cunning escapades. Anansi spun tales that entranced listeners, showcasing that even the smallest creature could outsmart the mightiest beast. Many feared him, others revered him, for he embodied the complexity of life itself. It was said that when Anansi laughed, the entire earth trembled with joy and mischief. The tension in the air thickened, pregnant with possibilities. Each trickster carried a weight of wisdom, wrapped in folly, a lesson waiting to be learned through laughter and tears. In the gathering gloom, Raven's eyes sparkled with a knowing glint. He spread his wings wide, ready to launch into the night, and with a flap that sent ripples through the air, he called upon his companions. Shadowy figures began to emerge from the trees, drawn by the allure of his call, each one a master of deception and cleverness, with their own stories etched into the fabric of the earth. As they gathered, the forest buzzed with energy, and their laughter echoed like thunder in the distance. Raven took a step forward, a sly smile playing on his beak. "Tonight, we shall test the boundaries of fate," he declared, his voice a melodic challenge that danced on the wind. The other tricksters answered with roars of approval, their spirits ignited by the thrill of a new adventure. With a flick of his wings, Raven conjured a shimmering illusion of a great feast laid before them, golden fruits, steaming meats, and goblets overflowing with sweet nectar. The sight beckoned like a siren's call, and the tricksters, caught in the moment, dashed toward the banquet. But as they lunged forward, the feast vanished into thin air, laughter erupting from Raven's beak, echoing through the trees. Coyote howled, frustration bubbling within him, but even he could not help but chuckle at his friend's antics. "You clever bird, one day you will meet your match," he barked, his eyes twinkling with the thrill of the chase. Raven merely winked, his heart racing at the prospect of the challenge. The air shifted again, dark and heavy, as a new trickster emerged from the shadows. It was the ancient spirit of the forest, wise and all-seeing, with a voice like rustling leaves. "Raven, Coyote, Anansi, will you play a game of fate? Each of you must face a trial, and in your victories or defeats, the world will shift." The tricksters paused, sensing the gravity of the moment, for this was no ordinary challenge. Raven's heart pounded. What would be the trials? What secrets would unravel in the dance of wits and cunning? Each one would have to outsmart the others, but in the end, they all knew that the true game was with destiny itself. "I will take the first trial," Raven proclaimed, confidence dripping from his words like honey. The others nodded, their eyes alight with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The forest fell silent, holding its breath, waiting for the first move. The moon watched closely, casting silvery beams that highlighted the tension in the air. Raven took a deep breath, feeling the weight of history behind his feathers, and prepared to face whatever challenge awaited him. He thought of the tales of old, how the tricksters had danced through the ages, weaving a tapestry of laughter and lessons. The trials would test not just their cleverness, but the very essence of their spirits. As he stepped forward, the world seemed to bend around him, the line between reality and illusion blurring. The stage was set, and the game had only just begun. The laughter of the tricksters echoed through the trees, intertwining with the whispers of the ancient spirits as they embarked on a new chapter filled with mischief, mystery, and the thrill of the unknown. The sky shimmered like a vast ethereal canvas, painted in hues of green and violet that danced across the night. In the silence of a frozen landscape, the northern lights flickered and swirled, captivating every soul who dared to look up. For centuries, these celestial displays have stirred the hearts and minds of those who witnessed them. They were not just lights, they were messengers, myths, and symbols woven into the fabric of cultures, echoing in the whispers of ancient legends. In the land of the Inuit, the northern lights were the souls of the departed, playing games in the sky, laughing and calling out to the living. Elders spoke of their ancestors joining in joyous dances, weaving through the heavens, their laughter mingling with the crackling cold air. The lights were a reminder that death was not an end, but a transformation, a celebration of life beyond the mortal coil. Children would sit at their grandparents' feet, eyes wide with wonder as tales unfolded, igniting a spark of belief that carried through generations. The shimmering lights became a bridge, connecting the living to their lost loved ones, wrapping them in a blanket of comfort and warmth against the biting chill. In Scandinavia, the Norse people looked skyward with awe and reverence. To them, the auroras were the fiery shields of the Valkyries, warrior maidens who chose those who would live and die in battles. They embodied strength and honor, flying across the night sky, their power reflected in the glowing bands of color. Warriors prayed to the Valkyries, hoping to be chosen for a life of glory or a swift and honorable death. The Northern Lights were not merely a spectacle. They were a promise of destiny, a call to courage that resonated in the hearts of those who believed. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of Siberia, the Evenki and other indigenous tribes told of a great celestial fox that chased its prey across the night sky. The fox, with its shimmering tail, created the lights in its wake, a reminder of nature's balance and the cycle of life and death. The stories taught that the lights were both a warning and a blessing. If the fox was seen, it meant fortune was on the horizon, but to anger the spirits by disturbing the natural order would spell disaster. The Northern Lights were a dance of creation and destruction, a constant ebb and flow that kept the universe in check. As the lights flickered and flashed, the emotions they evoked were palpable. People gathered around fires, their breath visible in the chill, sharing stories and hopes under the glow. Hearts raced as the colors intensified, wrapping the world in a kaleidoscope of beauty, igniting dreams and desires. Lovers clasped hands, feeling the magic in the air, believing that the auroras were a blessing for their union, a sign that their love would endure the trials of life. In Asia, the Ainu people of Japan believed that the northern lights were the flickering spirits of their ancestors, guiding those who were lost. They held rituals to honor these spirits, singing songs that carried their voices into the night. The auroras became a symbol of guidance and protection, wrapping the community in a sense of unity. The tales of these shimmering lights were filled with emotion, creating a tapestry of love, loss, and hope that bound the Ainu together across the ages. With each story shared around the fire, with each gaze lifted to the shimmering sky, the northern lights transformed from mere atmospheric phenomena into something sacred. They were the embodiment of humanity's deepest fears, dreams, and aspirations. They symbolized the eternal struggle between light and darkness, a reminder that even in the coldest nights, beauty could emerge. But the lights weren't only sources of comfort. They could also evoke fear. In some cultures, the flashes of green and purple were seen as omens. The Sami people of northern Scandinavia, for instance, believed the auroras were manifestations of the spirits of the dead, and they treaded carefully, whispering prayers to appease these entities. They feared being caught in the gaze of the lights, believing it could lead to madness or misfortune. The colors danced like mischievous specters, tantalizing yet terrifying, a reminder of the thin veil between this world and the next. As centuries passed, the myths surrounding the northern lights evolved, yet their impact remained unchanged. They continued to unite people under the vast sky, each culture adding layers of meaning to the spectacle. Scholars and dreamers alike were drawn to these celestial wonders, chasing after the stories that had been whispered through the ages. The scientific explanations came later, as men sought to dissect the very nature of this beauty. But even the most rigorous theories could not diminish the magic. Rather, they added to the awe, revealing the intricate dance of particles and energy that created the auroras. Every story, every interpretation, added a richness to the experience of watching the northern lights. They became more than just a natural phenomenon. They were a reflection of humanity, a tapestry woven with threads of hope, love, fear, and wonder. Each flicker and swirl held the weight of history, a reminder of the deep connection between people and the cosmos. Through the ages, the northern lights continued to illuminate the sky, drawing people to their majesty. They became a symbol of resilience, a testament to the human spirit that sought to find meaning in the chaos of existence. As ancient tales blended with modern experiences, the lights transcended time, remaining a powerful force that sparked emotion and inspired awe. Beneath the glowing dance of the auroras, the world paused in reverence, each heartbeat synchronized with the pulsating light, each breath taken in unison with the whispers of the past. The sky became a storyteller, and those who watched found themselves not just spectators, but part of a grand narrative that spanned generations. The lights beckoned them closer, urging them to share their own stories, to find their place within the boundless tapestry of life, where myths and reality intertwined in an everlasting embrace. The whisper of the wind through the trees carried stories, woven into the very fabric of the earth beneath. The ground pulsed with the heartbeat of ages past, a reminder of ancestors who once walked this land. Every stone, every blade of grass, bore witness to lives lived and souls intertwined with the soil. There was a magic here, an unseen energy that transcended time, connecting generations in a sacred circle of existence. In ancient times, when the world was still young, the first humans arrived, Guided by the stars and the whispering winds, they found a land abundant and alive, a place where the spirits of the earth danced in the shadows of towering trees and the gentle flow of rivers. These early inhabitants understood that their survival depended not just on what the land could provide, but on a deep, respectful relationship with the spirits that inhabited it. These spirits were not mere figments of imagination. They were guardians of the earth. They embodied the essence of the mountains, the rivers, and the very soil that cradled life. The elders spoke of the Great Spirit, a powerful force that watched over all creation. Children would listen wide-eyed as their grandparents recounted tales of how the spirits taught them to listen to the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of streams, and the songs of the animals. Each sound was a lesson, a reminder of their place in the great tapestry of existence. As the seasons changed, so too did the rituals that honored these connections. Spring brought forth ceremonies of renewal, where flowers bloomed and the land awakened from its slumber. Summer celebrated abundance, with harvest festivals honoring the spirits that blessed their crops. Autumn was a time of reflection, where the community gathered to give thanks for what the earth had provided, while winter brought quiet contemplation and stories shared by the warmth of the fire, ensuring that the bonds of memory never faded. The bond between the people and the land was a living testament to their ancestors. They carved symbols into stones, marking their connection to the spirits that guided them. Each carving was a prayer, a request, or a tribute, an acknowledgement that they were not alone. The elders, with weathered hands and wise eyes, would lead the younger ones in sacred dances that mirrored the movement of nature itself. The rhythm of their feet echoed the heartbeat of the earth, a reminder that they were part of something much larger. Yet, as time marched on, a shadow loomed. As generations passed, the world changed. The whispers became softer, muffled by the sounds of industry and progress. The sacred spaces that once thrummed with life were threatened, the ancestors' songs drowned out by the roar of machines. The spirits, once revered, became distant memories. The land, once a trusted companion, felt abandoned as people began to chase after fleeting ambitions, forgetting the lessons taught by their forebears. But the spirits did not vanish. They waited patiently, reminding those who would listen of the deep-rooted connections that still existed. A child, drawn to a glimmering stream, would hear the gentle laughter of a spirit dancing on the water's surface. An elder, standing alone beneath a towering oak, could still feel the presence of their ancestors, their wisdom echoing through the rustling leaves. The land called out, urging its people to remember the sacred bond that tied them to each other and the earth. As twilight settled, casting a golden hue across the landscape, a gathering took shape. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that brought the community together. Each person carried stories etched in their hearts, ancestral connections that had been passed down through generations. They could feel the spirits surrounding them, offering strength and guidance as they prepared to reclaim their heritage. With drums beating in a steady rhythm, the people began to dance. The sound resonated through the air, a heartbeat that synchronized with the pulse of the earth. Each movement was a prayer, a celebration of life and the spirits that walked alongside them. Laughter mingled with tears, joy intertwined with sorrow. They danced not only for themselves, but for their ancestors, for the spirits who had nurtured the land and whispered secrets through the ages. As they moved, a transformation began. The veil between worlds thinned, and the spirits emerged from the shadows. Flickering lights danced around them, illuminating the faces of those long gone. The ancestors joined the celebration, their laughter mingling with the living, reminding everyone of the strength that comes from remembering where they came from. The air crackled with energy as stories were shared, bridging the past with the present, inviting the next generation to carry the torch. The connection was tangible, a thread binding the old and the young, the living and the spirits. It was a reminder that the land was not just a backdrop to their lives, but a vital part of their existence, a living entity deserving of respect and love. As night deepened, the stars above twinkled down like the spirits themselves, filling the air with a sense of wonder and reverence. In that moment, a realization washed over the crowd like a wave. It wasn't just about remembering their ancestors. It was about reclaiming their rightful place as stewards of the land. The spirits urged them forward, igniting a fire within their hearts, a call to nurture the earth, to listen once more to its whispers, and to honor the sacred connection that had been theirs since time immemorial. As the last notes of the drums faded into the stillness of the night, a promise hung in the air. The dance may have ended, but the journey had only just begun. The spirits lingered, their presence a comforting embrace, waiting for the people to rise again, to forge a new path, one that intertwined their fates with the land, forever honoring the ancestral connections that had shaped their very existence. The earth held its breath, ready to reveal its next chapter. As the ancestors smiled, their spirits intertwined with the land, forever alive in the hearts of those who remembered. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced on the cave walls, twisting and contorting into shapes that seemed almost alive. The crackling of wood mixed with the whispers of ancient tales, each story as old as time itself, echoing through the generations. The air was thick with anticipation as the elders gathered the young ones, their eyes wide with wonder, ready to hear the tales of how the world began, of how the first humans came to be. In a place where the sun kissed the earth and the moon watched over the night, creation stories emerged from the hearts of the earliest beings. They spoke of a time when the world was a blank canvas, a formless void filled with silence. And then, from that silence, a voice thundered through the emptiness, "Let there be light." With those words, light spilled across the universe, igniting the stars and painting the sky with vibrant hues. The earth trembled with the birth of mountains, rivers carved their paths through the land, and oceans roared with life. Among the first humans, there was a woman named Asha. Born from the very earth itself, her body was woven from the soil, her spirit ignited by the breath of the winds. Asha felt a deep connection to the world around her, as if she and the trees shared a secret language. She roamed the forests, her fingers tracing the rough bark of ancient trees, listening to their stories whispered in the rustle of leaves. Every heartbeat was a reminder that she belonged to something greater, a tapestry of life stretching far beyond her understanding. As she wandered, she met a man named Kiran, whose laughter rang like a melody through the valleys. Kiran was a hunter, skilled and brave, with a fierce glint in his eye. They quickly became inseparable, bound by an unspoken promise. Together, they stood on the precipice of something extraordinary. Their love would give rise to the next generation, a new chapter in the ever-growing tale of humanity. But the world was not without darkness. The shadows whispered of the unknown, of fears that lingered in the corners of their minds. A storm brewed on the horizon, and with it came the fear of scarcity. Each night, as the winds howled through the valleys, Asha and Kiran would gather by the fire, their hearts heavy with the weight of uncertainty. How would they protect their future children? What would they tell them about the world? The elders spoke of creation myths, stories that stirred the souls of those who listened. One tale told of a great spirit who molded the first humans from clay, breathing life into them with a gentle whisper. They became the first parents, tasked with the sacred duty of nurturing the earth and its creatures. The spirit, however, also gave them free will, a double-edged sword that would lead to both wonder and woe. As the seasons changed, Asha and Kiran found themselves entwined in a dance of joy and sorrow. They celebrated the birth of their first child under a sky filled with stars. But as the moon waxed and waned, so did their hopes and fears. The child's laughter was like music, but it echoed in the silence of their worries. Would they have enough food? Would the storms bring destruction? Each moment was fraught with the weight of their ancestors' stories and the dreams of the future. In another part of the world, another creation story took shape among the people of the land. They believed that the first humans emerged from the union of the sun and the moon, two celestial bodies entwined in an eternal dance. Their love brought forth life, filling the earth with vibrant colors and sounds. The humans were gifted with the knowledge of the stars, the wisdom of the earth, and the strength to conquer their fears. But with that power came responsibility. How to honor the balance of nature, how to respect the spirits that dwelled in every corner. As Asha and Kiran navigated their own struggles, they turned to these stories, finding solace in the shared experiences of their ancestors. They began to weave their own tale, gathering around the fire with their child, telling stories of bravery and love, of trials and triumphs. Each word was a lifeline, connecting them to the past, anchoring them in the present, and guiding them toward a future filled with hope. But the challenges were relentless. The seasons turned cruel, and the earth, once bounteous, started to withhold its gifts. Asha's heart ached as she watched the land become dry, their laughter fading like the shadows at sunset. Kiran, ever the protector, ventured deeper into the wilderness, searching for answers, for food, for a spark of magic that once seemed so easy to find. With every step, he felt the weight of their ancestors' burdens upon his shoulders, a lineage of hopes and fears pressing down like a heavy stone. One night, in the depths of despair, Asha knelt before the fire, tears mixing with the ash. She called upon the spirits of her ancestors, whispering her fears into the crackling flames. Would her child know the warmth of laughter and the joy of life? Would they carry forward the stories of their people, or would they fade into the shadows of forgotten history? As the fire flickered, a brilliant light filled the cave, illuminating the faces of the elders who had lived through their own storms, a testament to resilience and hope. They joined Asha, their voices rising in harmony, weaving together the tales of creation and survival, of love that transcended time. The flames danced higher, and in that moment, the boundaries between past and present dissolved. Asha felt the spirits around her, their strength coursing through her veins, filling her with a fierce determination. In the throes of the night, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a sign, a spark of inspiration. And then it came, like a whisper, like a thunderclap, a realization that creation was not just a story of beginnings, but a continuous cycle, a dance between darkness and light, fear and hope. The path forward may have been uncertain, but it was alive with possibility, waiting to be forged by the hands of those who dared to dream. With renewed strength, Asha and Kiran gathered their child close, feeling the warmth of the fire and the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They were part of a grand narrative, one that stretched beyond their wildest dreams, filled with heroes and legends, challenges, and victories. Each story was a thread woven into the fabric of humanity, fragile, yet incredibly strong. And as the night deepened, the stars twinkled overhead, watching over them, ancient witnesses to the unfolding of life itself. The stories would continue, the fire would burn brighter, and the legacy of the first humans would echo through time, an everlasting testament to the power of creation and the enduring spirit of love. In the biting chill of the Arctic night, the wind whispered through the icy landscape, carrying with it the stories of women who shaped the very essence of Inuit life. Shadows danced in the flickering glow of a seal oil lamp, casting a warm light on the faces that gathered around, rapt with attention. Here, in the sacred space of storytelling, the air thrummed with the pulse of their ancestors, each tale a thread woven into the fabric of their existence. Women were not mere spectators in these narratives. They were the architects of survival and warriors of their communities, their spirits as fierce as the northern lights that streaked across the sky. The myth of Sedna, the goddess of the sea, rose to life in the flickering shadows. Her story began with a girl who loved and lost, cast out from her home and betrayed by the very people she trusted. With each retelling, the listeners felt the weight of her grief, as if the icy waters of the ocean pressed against their own hearts. Sedna's fingers, once beautiful and whole, became the creatures of the sea, a transformation born of pain and resilience. This was not just a tale, it was a testament to the power of women who endured, who fought against the tides of despair. The listeners felt a chill, but it wasn't just the cold. It was the recognition of their own struggles, mirrored in Sedna's story. Next came the tale of the mother figures, the nurturing spirits who guided their people through the harsh realities of life. In these stories, women were depicted not only as caregivers, but as fierce protectors. The figure of the matriarch emerged, embodying love and strength, leading families through the darkest winters and the fiercest storms. They were the glue that held communities together, their laughter ringing like a bell, piercing through the silence of frozen isolation. The audience could almost see the women in their own lives, mothers, grandmothers, whose wisdom and kindness were as vital as the food they hunted or the furs they crafted. But not all women were meant to stay inside. The legends spoke of the warriors, women who picked up weapons and faced the wilderness. The story of Kivyuk, who journeyed through vast landscapes and battled mythical beasts, often featured a fierce female companion, strong and unyielding. These women were not secondary characters. They were the heart of the adventure, guiding Kivyuk through trials, their bravery illuminating the path ahead. The listeners felt their blood quicken, imagining the thunder of boots against the snow, the crack of ice beneath their feet. Each warrior woman in the tales was a spark of courage, igniting hope in the darkest of times. As the stories flowed, the gathering became more than just a recounting of myths. It transformed into a collective yearning. The atmosphere thickened with emotion, each tale a reminder that the strength of women lay not just in their physical prowess, but also in their indomitable spirits. The women of these legends were connected to the earth, to the cycles of life and death, embodying the very essence of survival. Their laughter and tears intertwined with the fabric of their culture, a rich tapestry full of color and life. One story stood out, a young woman named Kayak, a skilled hunter who defied the expectations of her time. Armed with nothing but her bow and a heart full of determination, she ventured into the icy wilderness, alone. As the snow swirled around her like a tempest, she faced not only the beasts of the land, but the skepticism of her own people. But when she returned, triumphant and with her arms full of food, the tribe celebrated her bravery. This tale brought gasps and murmurs from the listeners, their hearts racing at the thought of Kayak, a figure of empowerment, carving her own destiny in a world that often sought to silence her. With each story, the flickering flames seemed to grow brighter, illuminating the faces of those entranced by the power of women in their myths. They felt the echoes of these ancient tales in their bones, a reminder that every woman in the room carried a piece of this legacy. The laughter, the struggles, the triumphs, they were all part of a continuum that stretched back through time. The stories of mother figures and warriors were not just remnants of the past. They were living, breathing forces that shaped the present. The gathering's emotions swelled, turning into a tide of shared experience. The laughter faded into silence as the next tale unfolded, a stark reminder of sacrifice. The story of a woman who gave everything for her children, who faced the bitter cold and the howling winds, sacrificing her own comfort for the sake of her family. The listeners felt every pang of her sacrifice, a visceral connection to the sacrifices made by their own mothers. Tears glistened in their eyes, a testimony to the pain and love that transcended generations. In these moments, the lines between myth and reality blurred. The women of the past became the women of the present, their legacies intertwined with the stories still being written. The night grew deeper, the stars above twinkling like the eyes of those who had come before. As the final tales began to weave into the fabric of night, there was an unspoken understanding among the listeners. They were not merely passers-by in a world of myths. They were part of a living story, a continuation of the strength, resilience, and fierce love embodied by women throughout history. The air crackled with anticipation, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the stories, a pulse that refused to fade as the night unfolded. The warmth of connection filled the space, igniting a fire that would never truly die, a flame that would carry on into the dawn. The tales would continue, twisting and turning, like the very land they inhabited, into the next chapter that was waiting to be told, each woman's spirit guiding the way. In the misty twilight of a forgotten age, shadows danced across the icy landscape, their shapes stretching and bending like the secrets of the past. It was said that the Inuit, towering giants who once roamed the frigid expanse of the Arctic, left behind whispers of their existence in the quiet crevices of the earth. A chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to think of these beings, not just for their size, but for the mysteries that wrapped around them like a thick fog. With the heavy silence of approaching storms, Inuit elders recounted tales passed down through generations. They spoke of the Inuit as gentle giants who walked with grace despite their enormous frames. Their presence was felt rather than seen, a low rumble in the earth that sent tremors through the hearts of those who inhabited the land. What could have happened to these incredible beings? And why did they vanish like shadows at dusk? Those who claimed to have seen them described a haunting beauty, a figure cloaked in snow and ice, with hair that flowed like frozen waterfalls. The Inuit were said to have had broad shoulders, towering above men, yet they were not savages. They hunted in harmony with the land, their great strength used to protect the delicate balance of nature. The stories hinted at a time when the Inuit shared their knowledge with the Inuit, teaching them how to survive the biting cold and the unforgiving terrain. But their fate became a chilling enigma. As the seasons turned and the world changed, the Inuit began to fade. Was it the encroaching chill that took them, or perhaps the whispers of jealousy from those who feared their wisdom and might? The elders spoke of a great exodus, as if the giants had sensed a coming darkness, an ice storm that would not just freeze the land, but also the very memories of their existence. Beneath the whispering winds and snow-laden trees, remnants of their lives still lingered. Large stone structures, too immense for mere mortals to construct, told a tale of a civilization that thrived long before the first Inuit set foot on the land. Some of these stones were carved with symbols, strange etchings that glowed faintly in the moonlight, hinting at a lost language, a communication that echoed through the ages. Each winter, the Inuit would gather around fires, recounting stories of the giants as their ancestors had done. Yet every retelling felt like a plea to the universe, a yearning to reconnect with the past that had slipped through their fingers. On crisp nights when the northern lights danced above, it was said that you could hear the faint voices of the Inuit laughing among the stars, their echoes carrying on the wind. The Inuit listened carefully, their hearts heavy with longing. What had really happened to these mysterious beings? Were they simply shadows of the past, lost forever to a world that had turned its back on them? And then came the legends of their haunting. It was said that in the harshest winters, when the ice cracked and the winds howled, the Inuit spirits roamed the land, searching for what was lost. Some claimed to have seen their massive footprints imprinted upon the snow, leading into the depths of the untouched wilderness. Others spoke of seeing flickers of light in the distance, glimpses of ethereal forms that seemed to be watching, guarding a secret too heavy to bear. Children would huddle close to their elders, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. "Do you think they can still hear us?" one small voice would ask, trembling with the weight of imagination. The elder would nod slowly, a glimmer of sorrow in their eyes. "They are part of the land, forever intertwined with our stories. We must honor them." The rhythm of their tales would rise and fall with the crackling of the fire, a haunting melody that echoed through the ages. The promise of the Inuit lingered in the air like the scent of pine, a reminder that giants once walked upon the earth, a gentle reminder of what was and what might have been. Yet the question remained, were the Inuit simply figments of imagination, or were they truly lost souls, waiting for the moment when the world would remember them? In this dance between memory and reality, an unexpected encounter would change everything. One particularly cold night, a group of hunters set out, their breath fogging in the air, hearts pounding with purpose. They were on the hunt, but not for game. They sought the truth buried under layers of snow and time. As they trekked further from their village, something stirred in the silence, a presence that seemed to wrap around them, both comforting and unnerving. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if awakening from a long slumber. The hunters stopped, their eyes wide, hearts racing. Was it the wind playing tricks, or something far more profound? They exchanged nervous glances, doubt creeping in, but curiosity held them captive. With cautious steps, they moved forward, drawn toward a faint glow that shimmered like moonlight on water. As they approached, the glow intensified, revealing massive shapes etched into the icy landscape, skeletons of ancient giants, their forms partially buried yet unmistakable. The air crackled with energy, and the hunters felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Fear tinged with reverence. This was no mere discovery. It was a resurrection of lost stories, a glimpse into a world that had slipped through the cracks of time. With every heartbeat, the aura surrounding them thickened, and the hunters felt as if they were being watched. Shadows flickered just beyond the periphery of their vision, and a shiver of anticipation coursed through their veins. The Inuit had not vanished. They lingered, their presence woven into the very fabric of the land. Each whisper of the wind carried a message, an echo of laughter and sorrow, urging the hunters to remember. Around them, the world was alive with tension. The air hummed with possibilities. Would they be the ones to bridge the gap between the past and present? Would they finally give voice to the giants who once roamed free? As they stood poised at the edge of revelation, the ground beneath them shook once more, a reminder that some stories are never truly over. The giants stirred, their shadows beckoning, and the hunters felt their own stories intertwine with those of the Inuit, creating a tapestry that transcended time. Yet, as the night deepened and the winds howled like lost souls, uncertainty loomed like a storm cloud. What awaited them beyond the threshold of the known? Would they find truth, or be consumed by the very legends they sought to unveil? Before them lay not just the past, but the weight of a legacy that could shift the very foundations of their understanding. The journey had just begun, and the whispers of the Inuit grew louder, echoing into the unknown future. The sky was a canvas of dark velvet, speckled with twinkling diamonds that whispered ancient tales. It was a magical night when the moon hung low and heavy, casting a silvery glow that danced upon the earth. Beneath this celestial stage, people gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the flames, and their eyes reflecting the wonder above. Long before science mapped the heavens, before telescopes revealed the mysteries of the cosmos, stories flowed like rivers through the cultures of the world. The moon, a guardian of night, and the stars, scattered like dreams across the sky, were more than mere rocks and gas. They were living narratives, breathing legends that shaped the lives of those who looked up in awe. In ancient Egypt, the moon was revered as the god Khonsu, a youthful deity who ruled the night. The priests would chant hymns, their voices rising like smoke into the cool night air, invoking Khonsu's protective spirit. They believed that the moon could heal the sick and guide lost souls. Women would gather under its glow, wishing for fertility as they offered prayers to the serene figure above. Each waxing and waning phase was marked with festivals, where laughter mingled with the echo of ancient drums. But this reverence was not without fear, for when the moon vanished, swallowed by shadows, it was said that Khonsu had retreated, leaving the world vulnerable to darkness. Across the sea, in Mesopotamia, the stars were people, the ancestors who watched over the living. Each constellation held a story, woven together like a tapestry of destiny. The Babylonians studied the heavens meticulously, their eyes tracing the paths of celestial bodies to predict floods, harvests, and wars. They believed that the stars could reveal the fates of kings and commoners alike. It was here, amidst the dust of ancient cities, that the story of Gilgamesh emerged, a tale intertwined with the very fabric of the cosmos, as the hero sought immortality among the stars. In the northern lands, the Vikings looked to the night sky for guidance, their ships traversing dark waters, guided by the North Star, a beacon of hope. They believed that the stars were the souls of warriors who had died bravely in battle, forever watching over their kin. Each winter, as the long nights enveloped the earth, they would light bonfires, calling upon their ancestors, their voices rising with the smoke, hoping to feel the warmth of those who had ventured beyond. The Native Americans, too, painted their legends across the sky. The Lakota people saw the Milky Way as a river of stars, a pathway to the spirit world. They believed that the stars held the souls of their loved ones, guiding them in the afterlife. Families would gather at night, telling stories of the stars, connecting their lives to the cosmos. Each twinkle was a reminder of love, lost and found, a promise that they were never truly alone. But not all celestial tales were sweet. In ancient China, the moon goddess Chang'e became both a symbol of beauty and tragedy. Betrayed by her husband, the archer Hu Yi, who had taken an elixir of immortality for himself, she fled to the moon, forever separated from the world she loved. Each mid-autumn festival, families would gaze at the moon, sharing mooncakes and whispering tales of longing and sacrifice. In her silvery face, they saw a reflection of their own desires and heartaches, a reminder of the love that endured even when separated by vast distances. And what of the stars that twinkled above the ancient Greeks? They spun stories of gods and mortals, of love and betrayal. Orion, the great huntsman, immortalized in the night sky, sought the favor of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. His tale was one of ambition, jealousy, and the eternal struggle between man and the divine. As the dusk settled, children would lie on the grass, tracing his shape with their fingers, dreaming of adventures that echoed through time. In these stories, the cosmos was more than a backdrop. It was a living, breathing entity connected to the heart of humanity. Each culture crafted its narrative, weaving emotions of joy, sorrow, love, and loss into the fabric of their existence. The stars were not simply distant suns. They were friends, family, teachers, and guardians. Yet, as the ages passed, the stars began to lose their voices to the clamor of progress. The twinkling lights faded into oblivion, overshadowed by the bright glow of technology. The stories that once filled the air with wonder began to dim, replaced by distractions of modern life. But the echoes of those ancient tales lingered in the hearts of those who dared to look up. On a still night, far away from the noise of the world, a child raised her eyes to the sky. A stream of tears glistened on her cheeks as she whispered a wish to the stars, seeking guidance and comfort in their familiar glow. And at that moment, the universe responded. The winds carried the whispers of long-lost stories, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. She felt the presence of ancestors who had walked the earth millennia ago, their stories alive in the stars. In a world where legends risked being forgotten, a flicker of hope ignited. The hearts of many began to beat in rhythm with the cosmos once more, seeking solace in the tales that connected them to their forebears. The moon and stars became beacons, not just of light, but of love, history, and the unbreakable bond between the earth and the sky. And so the stories continued to weave through time, linking the past to the present. As the moon rose and the stars twinkled above, the night deepened and the flames flickered, casting shadows that danced like memories. Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of adventure, of ancient tales yearning to be told, waiting for the next soul brave enough to listen. In this tapestry of light, the moon and stars held secrets yet to be unveiled, stories yearning to break free, their echoes woven into the very fabric of existence. And as the night stretched on, the world held its breath, aware that beneath the vastness of the sky, an eternal legend was waiting to bloom. In a dimly lit room, shadows played across the walls, flickering with the light of a single candle that struggled against the darkness. An old woman, wrapped in a patchwork quilt, sat cross-legged on the floor, her gnarled hands cradling a small weathered journal. As she opened it, the pages whispered secrets of the past, tales of dreams, visions, and the ethereal journeys that danced through the minds of her ancestors. Each word was a thread connecting the unknown to the known, the dreamer to the dream. For thousands of years, dreams have been a bridge between the seen and the unseen, a tapestry woven from the fabric of the human experience. In ancient cultures, dreams were not simply figments of imagination. They were revered as sacred messages from the divine. The indigenous tribes of North America believed that dreams were a direct link to the spirit world, guiding individuals on their personal and communal paths. Young warriors would embark on vision quests, solitary journeys into the wilderness, where they sought clarity and purpose, a rite of passage that demanded courage and introspection. In the stillness of the night, an unsuspecting member of a tribe might find themselves enveloped in a blanket of stars, the cool breeze whispering ancient wisdom. As they closed their eyes, the chaos of the world faded away, leaving only the heartbeat of the earth. A vision would unfold, perhaps of a great eagle soaring high, or a powerful bear standing protectively over them. These images were not random. They were laden with meaning, urging the dreamer to reflect on their life's direction, to find their true calling. Centuries ago, in the shadow of the pyramids, the ancient Egyptians sought the guidance of their dreams, believing that the gods communicated through the slumbering mind. Priests would interpret these dreams, offering advice and insight to those who sought their wisdom. The Book of Dreams, a collection of interpretations from that era, was filled with symbols and signs, each carrying the weight of possibility. A dream of a river, for instance, might symbolize the flow of life, while a dream of a lion could signify strength and power. These dreams were not merely personal. They were entwined with the fate of the community, shaping decisions that could alter the course of history. Fast forward to the tumultuous times of the Middle Ages, when visions took on a new significance. The world was rife with uncertainty, and many turned to dreams as a source of solace and guidance. Saints and mystics claimed to have received divine revelations in their sleep. The legends of Saint Joan of Arc tell of visions that spurred her to rise against oppression, her dreams a clarion call that ignited a revolution. As she stood before armies, her heart thrummed with courage, fueled by the vivid images that had danced in her mind. In her dreams, angels had whispered the path she must take, and she followed with unwavering faith. In the labyrinth of the human psyche, dreams serve as a mirror, reflecting not just personal struggles, but collective fears and hopes. The dreams of a soldier on the battlefield might reveal the pain of loss, while the dreams of a child might illuminate the wonder of innocence. These nocturnal journeys traverse time and space, holding echoes of our ancestors' triumphs and tragedies, binding generations together in a tapestry of shared experience. The importance of dreams and vision quests lies not only in their capacity to guide individuals, but also in their power to unite communities. When a group of people come together to share their dreams, they create a space for understanding and connection. In many cultures, this practice is sacred. Dream circles where stories are shared and insights are celebrated. The act of revealing one's dreams is an intimate exchange, an invitation to delve deeper into the mysteries of the human experience. It is in this sacred space that healing begins, where fears are laid bare and hopes are nurtured. As the candle flickers in the old woman's room, she turns the page of her journal, revealing a drawing, a vision she had long ago. It depicted a vast landscape, lush and vibrant, bathed in the golden hues of dawn. It was a place of sanctuary, where dreams intertwine with reality, calling forth the spirit of adventure that lurks within every heart. The drawing seemed to pulse with life, a reminder that the world is full of possibilities, waiting to be uncovered. Outside, the night deepens, and the moon rises high, casting silver light across the land. In another part of the world, a young boy sits alone in his room, staring at the ceiling. His heart pounds with longing, a desire to break free from the constraints of his everyday life. As he drifts off to sleep, he plunges into a world filled with wonder. In his dreams, he runs alongside wild horses, leaps over mountains, and discovers hidden treasures buried deep within the earth. Each dream is an adventure, each vision a reminder that the life he lives is just one of many paths to explore. Histories collide in this shared realm of dreams, where past, present, and future entwine. The wise teachings of shamans, the whispered prayers of saints, and the vibrant imaginations of children all coalesce, forming a rich tapestry of human experience. Every vision quest, every dream, is a call to awaken, to seek out the truth that lies within, and to embrace the journey that unfolds. In this sacred dance of dreams and visions, the boundaries blur. A young woman, poised at the edge of adulthood, feels a powerful stirring within her. She prepares for her vision quest, understanding that the wilderness holds not just challenges, but revelations. As she steps into the forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and moss, she carries with her the hopes of her ancestors, their dreams woven into the very fabric of her being. With each step, she sheds the weight of expectation, opening herself to the unknown, ready to receive whatever visions may come. The night stretches on, and each flicker of the candlelight breathes life into the stories of dreams, stories that pulse with emotion, tension, and the promise of discovery. In every heart, the echoes of dreams linger, waiting to be felt, seen, and shared. In the snowy expanse of the Arctic, where the biting cold kisses the skin and the northern lights weave brilliant patterns across the inky sky, the Inuit people gather around a flickering fire. Shadows dance on their faces, revealing a mix of sorrow and hope. They are not merely mourning the dead. They are preparing to send their loved ones on a journey that will shape their very souls. For the Inuit, death is not the end, but a transformation. As the flames crackle and the smoke rises, it carries whispered prayers to the heavens. Each flicker of light seems to pulse with a heartbeat, reminding the living of the spirits that linger just beyond their sight. The elders speak softly, their voices a gentle caress against the howling winds, recounting tales of the afterlife that wrap around the listeners like a warm blanket on a frigid night. When a person passes away, the community springs into action. A ritualistic preparation of the body follows, one filled with deep respect. The loved one is washed and dressed in their finest clothing, adorned with the very tools and possessions they cherished in life. These are not merely belongings, they are symbols of identity and purpose, items that will guide the deceased in the spirit world. A kayaker's paddle, a hunter's harpoon, or a child's toy becomes a beacon, lighting the way in the darkness that lies beyond. As the body is placed upon the ice, or in a wooden grave, the Inuit understand that the spirit, known as the Sila, is set free. This spirit will embark on a journey to the afterlife, a place where the land is rich and bountiful, where the hunt is forever plentiful, and where the loved ones who have passed before await with open arms. The warmth of their embrace is felt in the hearts of those who remain, a reminder that love transcends even the coldest of winters. The Inuit beliefs reveal a profound connection to nature and the cosmos. They see the world as a living entity, where every creature and element plays a part in the grand tapestry of existence. This belief extends into their understanding of the afterlife, where the spirits of the departed remain intertwined with the living, continuing to influence the world they left behind. The Northern Lights, for example, are said to be the spirits of the ancestors dancing across the sky, a reminder that they are always watching over their kin. In the days following a death, the community comes together not just to mourn, but to celebrate. Songs fill the air, echoing off the ice, and stories are shared around the fire. Laughter mingles with tears, creating a tapestry of emotions that honors the life that was lived. Friends and family recount tales of the deceased's bravery, kindness, and quirks, ensuring that their essence remains alive in the hearts of those who knew them. It is a powerful reminder that while the physical body may decay, the spirit endures, woven into the fabric of memory. As the final goodbye approaches, the Inuit engage in a unique practice that sends shivers down the spine. The spirit boat, a small vessel made from wood or ice, is prepared for the journey ahead. Inside, it holds offerings, food, tools, perhaps even a favorite piece of clothing. The boat is set adrift on the water, or placed carefully on the ice, symbolizing the departure of the spirit into the vast unknown. Watching the boat float away, the community feels an intense mix of grief and gratitude. They know they are not just letting go. They are actively participating in the transition of a soul. On certain nights, when the moon hangs low in the sky and the world is hushed, the Inuit believe that the spirits roam freely among the living. It is said that on these nights, one can hear the soft whispers of those who have gone before, guiding and protecting their families. Children are taught to listen for these whispers, to feel the presence of their ancestors, ensuring that the bonds of love remain unbroken. But not all spirits find peace easily. Some, troubled by unfinished business or unresolved feelings, linger in the earthly realm. The Inuit understand that these spirits may need help to move on. Shamans, gifted individuals who bridge the gap between worlds, perform rituals to guide these lost souls. They call upon the spirits of nature, asking for their assistance in freeing the restless spirits from their earthly ties. The air thickens with anticipation as the shaman enters a trance, their voice rising and falling like the waves of the ocean, connecting the living with the unseen. As the community watches, a sense of reverence fills the air. They know that the shaman is not just a healer, but a guardian of the balance between the worlds. When the ritual concludes, the tension breaks like the thaw of spring, and the once troubled spirits can finally find their way to the afterlife, leaving behind gratitude and a sense of closure. Inuit beliefs about the afterlife also encompass the idea of reincarnation. The cycle of life and death is viewed as an endless rhythm, a dance between existence and non-existence. Souls that are pure and strong are believed to be reborn into new lives, perhaps as animals, or even as new members of the community. This belief infuses a sense of continuity, where the essence of individuals never truly disappears, but transforms into something new. As the stars twinkle overhead, illuminating the night sky, The Inuit feel a profound connection to their ancestors and the cosmos. They understand that each life is a thread in the intricate weave of existence, and each death is merely a transition to another form. The fires continue to burn, and the laughter of children fills the air as the stories of the departed live on, echoing through time and space, binding generations together in the sacred dance of life and afterlife. The cold wind howls outside, but within the circle of the living, warmth surrounds them like a protective embrace. They know that their loved ones have not vanished. They have simply taken a different path, one filled with beauty and light, forever guiding them from beyond. And as the community holds hands, their hearts beat in unison, a powerful reminder that love knows no boundaries, not even the boundary between life and death. A howling wind swept through the barren trees, their skeletal branches clawing at the pale sky. Snowflakes danced through the air, swirling like tiny specters, each one carrying whispers of long-forgotten legends. In this frozen landscape, myths came alive, echoing the struggles between light and darkness. Winter had a voice, a haunting melody that curled around the hearts of those who dared to listen. Every culture carved its tales into the cold, hard ground, where the chill of winter formed the backdrop of conflict, transformation, and rebirth. In Norse mythology, the frost giants, fierce and untamed, embodied the harshness of the season. They clashed with the gods, each battle a dance of fire and ice, illuminating the stark contrast of existence itself. In this world, winter was not just a season. It was a test, a trial of endurance. The legends whispered of the long nights that stretched on forever, where hope was buried beneath layers of ice. Yet, within that darkness, the flicker of light remained, a promise of spring. Across the world in ancient Japan, the tales told of the snow goddess, Yuki-onna. She floated through the winter nights, beautiful and ethereal, yet utterly indifferent to the plights of men. Her icy breath could freeze a heart, yet her presence also brought a sense of wonder. Those who encountered her felt an exquisite blend of fear and awe, a reminder of nature's duality. Many fell victim to her beauty, lost in a trance of longing as she led them into the cold embrace of the snow. Yet others learned to respect her, weaving stories that honored her spirit, ensuring that her icy domain was never taken for granted. Yet, with the thawing of winter came the vibrant tales of summer, filled with warmth, vitality, and the promise of abundance. In ancient Greece, the arrival of summer was heralded by the goddess Demeter, who brought forth the harvest after a long, dark winter spent searching for her daughter, Persephone. When Persephone returned from the underworld, the earth burst into life, fields full of golden grains and fruit-laden trees. The stories celebrated the joyous reunions, the laughter echoing through sunlit groves, and the flavors of feasts shared under a canopy of stars. The summer sun became a symbol of hope and rebirth, illuminating not just the land, but the hearts of all who walked upon it. In contrast, the many summer tales of Native American tribes painted life as a cycle of dance and gratitude. They honored the sun with ceremonies, giving thanks for the gifts it bestowed. The stories of the trickster coyote, racing across the sun-drenched plains, echoed the spirit of playfulness in summer. With every clever act, Coyote reminded the people that life was not just about survival, but about joy. The warmth of the sun filled their spirits, and the laughter of children became the melody of the season. But as the seasons shifted, so too did the stories. The summer sun cast shadows that grew longer with the passing days. In Celtic lore, the tales of the Green Man emerged, a spirit of nature celebrating the abundance of life. yet he was also a reminder of the inevitable decay that autumn would bring. The lushness of summer was a fleeting gift, one that was cherished, yet understood to be temporary. The intertwining of life and death threaded through these narratives, a poignant reminder of the cycle that governs all existence. As the leaves turned and the air grew crisp, the tales of autumn emerged. The harvest moon lit the night sky, casting an amber glow over fields ready to be reaped. In these stories, the ghosts of ancestors returned, their whispers carried on the wind as they guided the living through the transition from life to death. The ancient Greeks honored the dead with offerings, while the Irish celebrated Samhain, a time when the veil between worlds thinned, allowing the living to connect with those who had passed. In the throes of winter's chill, the stories came full circle. The warmth of summer was a distant memory, yet its essence lingered in the hearts of those who braved the cold. As they gathered around fires, wrapped in blankets, they told tales of heroes who conquered the darkness. They spoke of the sun's return as a beacon of hope, igniting a fire within them that flickered against the biting frost. The heroes, forged in the flames of adversity, became symbols of resilience, their stories echoing into the silence of the night. Even in the stark silence of winter, life pulsed beneath the surface. The myths of the season reminded all that, without the struggle against hardship, the beauty of summer could not exist. The lessons of winter were steeped in wisdom, teaching patience, endurance, and the promise of renewal. It was in this tension between winter's harshness and summer's bounty that the essence of life unfolded, revealing the intricate tapestry woven by the seasons. As the first signs of spring began to tease the landscape, a sense of anticipation filled the air. The stories of winter and summer coiled around one another, each season feeding into the next like an unending cycle. It was an eternal dance, a rhythm that pulsed through the world, capturing the essence of existence itself. The ancient tales whispered of the interplay between the seasons, a reminder that darkness and light, joy and sorrow, were forever intertwined. The shadows lengthened, and the world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, for the stories that echoed through time were far from finished. The promise of renewal hung heavy in the air, a prelude to the stories yet to come, echoing the deep connection between humanity and the changing world. In the quiet of a moonlit night, a wolf howled, its voice cutting through the stillness like a knife through flesh. The sound echoed across the ancient woods, where stories of transformation hung heavy in the air. Legends whispered of men who shifted into beasts under the watchful gaze of the full moon, their bodies twisting and contorting, leaving behind the shackles of humanity. With every shimmer of silver light, the tales of transformation brewed with tension, fear, and wonder. In centuries past, the Greeks spun yarns of men turned into animals as punishment or reward for their deeds. There was no more poignant tale than that of Lycaon, a king who dared to test the omnipotent Zeus. The thunderous god, furious at the sacrilege, condemned Lycaon to roam the forests as a wolf, a fate sewn with threads of irony. Every night, beneath the same moon that now illuminated the wolf's cry, Lycaon hunted in the shadows. His human consciousness entwined with primal instincts. With each kill, he lost a piece of himself, embodying the very essence of the wolf. The chilling stories didn't stop there. In the far north, among the icy fjords of Scandinavia, the Sami people spoke of the bear men, warriors who wore the skin of mighty bears in battle. They believed that by donning the bear skin, they absorbed the spirit of the animal, gaining strength and ferocity in the heat of conflict. The transformation was not just physical, it wove together the fabric of their identity. To become a bear was to touch the very pulse of the earth, to feel the rhythm of life thumping beneath their feet. Their songs echoed through the valleys, filled with a haunting longing for the connection between man and nature. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the legends of the Aztecs unfolded, revealing tales of the jaguar. To them, the jaguar was more than just a creature. It was a symbol of power and the bridge between the spiritual and physical worlds. Warriors adorned themselves with jaguar skins, believing that they would inherit the creature's fierce spirit. In the heart of the jungle, deep within sacred rituals, men would dance, invoking the jaguar's strength. They would emerge from the shadows, eyes gleaming with the fierce light of the predator, embodying a force that was at once terrifying and awe-inspiring. And yet, in the depths of the Amazon, there were whispers of a curse that brought a different kind of transformation. Among the indigenous tribes, the tale of the Mapinguari was a terrifying reminder of nature's wrath. This creature, part man and part beast, was said to be the vengeful spirit of a shaman's betrayal. It prowled the jungles, a grotesque figure of horror, reminding all who heard its growl of the peril in crossing realms. Families would tell their children to heed the warnings of the forest, to respect the balance that existed between human and animal. To transform, they understood, was not merely a change of form, but a profound shift in spirit, fraught with peril. Across the oceans in ancient China, the legends of the Hulijing, or fox spirit, painted a different picture. These beings were known to transform from foxes into beautiful women. Yet, the allure of such transformation came with a price. In the soft glow of lanterns, tales circulated of love and deceit, where men fell prey to the charms of these mystical creatures, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of enchantment. The fox spirit's transformation was captivating, yet treacherous, reflecting the duality of desire and danger, beauty and betrayal. In the rugged hills of Scotland, the legend of the Selkies unfolded, like the waves crashing on the shores. These enchanting seals could shed their skins to become human, luring fishermen with their ethereal beauty. Yet, the moment they donned their sealskins again, they vanished back into the sea. The hearts of those who loved them were caught in the endless tide of longing, a bittersweet reminder of the thin veil separating humanity from the wild. The very act of transformation was a dance of love and loss, a deep yearning for connection that echoed through the ages. As the stories wove together, threads of transformation and the human-animal connection remained unbroken, pulsing with life. In the deserts of the Middle East, the ancient Egyptians revered the jackal-headed god, Anubis. He was the guardian of the afterlife, embodying the balance between life and death. They believed that to navigate the afterlife was to embrace the essence of the jackal, a creature that guided souls through the darkness. In his presence, they found comfort. A reminder that transformation was not an end, but a beginning, a passage through which the soul transcended its earthly ties. Back in the heart of the ancient woods, the air vibrated with the stories of the shapeshifters, those who could slip between forms with the ease of breath. Some were blessed, while others were cursed, walking a fine line between humanity and beast. The night was alive with their cries, the echoes of their existence lingering in the shadows. There was a palpable tension in the air, a sense of anticipation as the stories unfolded, revealing not just the transformations themselves, but the emotions behind them: fear, longing, power, and the desperate search for belonging. In the flickering glow of a dying fire, the boundaries between human and animal blurred, merging their fates into a single tapestry of existence. The air thickened with the weight of the past, each story a heartbeat in the rhythm of life, reminding all who listened that the ties that bind humanity to the animal kingdom are woven into the very fabric of their being. Each legend, each transformation stirred something deep within, an echo of the wild, an invitation to remember the roots that connected them to the earth. And as the wolf's howl faded into the night, the stories lingered, like whispers carried on the wind, waiting to be revealed anew. The moon hung full and bright over the ancient forest, casting a silver glow that danced between the trees, illuminating the shadows where secrets lingered. A chill wrapped around the air, prickling the skin of those who dared to venture into the wild. It was a night like no other, charged with the whispers of the past and the pulse of primal energy. Here, the hunt was not just a means of survival. It was a sacred ritual woven into the very fabric of life, steeped in myth and legend. In times long forgotten, tribes gathered to honor their deities, each member of the community feeling the weight of tradition resting upon their shoulders. They believed that the hunt was a gift from the gods, an act that bound them to the earth and to each other. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, they painted their faces with ochre and wore furs that smelled of the wilderness. As the crackling fire flickered to life, it ignited not just a flame, but a fervor that coursed through their veins, reminding them of their ancient connection to the land. The hunter stood at the edge of the circle, heart pounding like the drumbeat echoing from the depths of the forest. He was not merely a man carrying a bow. He was a vessel for the spirits that dwelled within the trees, the rivers, and the skies. His breath came in quick bursts, a mixture of fear and exhilaration, as he prepared to step into the realm where the mundane met the divine. With every heartbeat, he felt the presence of the great stag, the sacred embodiment of strength and wisdom, challenging him to prove his worthiness. As the group moved deeper into the thickets, the forest seemed to awaken. Leaves rustled with secrets, and the air thickened with anticipation. Each footfall was a prayer, each whisper of the wind a hymn to the gods watching from afar. They believed that in order to hunt, one had to first give thanks, to acknowledge the circle of life that surrounded them. The offerings laid upon the altar, a small piece of meat, a handful of berries, were gifts to the spirits of the animals they sought. It was a dance of respect, a reminder that every life taken was a life given. Ancient tales told of the goddess Artemis, the huntress who roamed the woods with a pack of loyal hounds. She was the protector of the wild and the embodiment of the hunt itself. The tribes would invoke her name, seeking courage and guidance, hoping to feel her presence when the moment of truth arrived. When the hunter finally spotted the glimmer of antlers through the underbrush, time slowed. The heartbeat of the world faded into silence, leaving only the sharp gasp of breath and the rustle of leaves. With trembling hands, he drew the bowstring tight, feeling the weight of generations behind him. The myth of the hunt was alive in his muscles, echoing the stories sung by the elders around the fire. Every arrow released was a testament to their ancestors, a sacred act that transcended mere survival. The moment felt like eternity. Life and death hung delicately in the balance. The stag turned, eyes reflecting the moonlight. A creature of grace and power, embodying all that was sacred in this ritual. As the hunter released the arrow, a mixture of triumph and sorrow flooded through him. The vibrant energy of the forest shifted, and the air thickened with a sacred silence. It was not just the end of a life, it was the return to the earth, a promise of renewal. The community gathered around the fallen stag, their chants rising to the heavens, a symphony of gratitude and reverence. Each heartbeat echoed the ancient rhythm of life itself, reminding them of their place in the cycle. The blood of the beast soaked into the ground, mingling with the earth as if to nourish it for what was to come. They believed that the spirit of the stag would live on, guiding future hunts and ensuring the prosperity of their people. In this moment, they were not merely hunters. They were participants in a sacred dance, a timeless connection between man and nature, forged in the fires of myth and ritual. The hunt, however, was not merely an act of taking. It was a profound lesson in humility. The hunter would return to his community, not as a conqueror, but as a servant of the land. He would share the meat, the lifeblood of the creature that had given itself willingly. As they feasted, stories would be exchanged, the memory of the hunt becoming a part of their history. The laughter and joy of the tribe would echo into the night, each sound a tribute to the life that had been sacrificed. But behind the revelry lay an undercurrent of tension, a reminder that the hunt was a double-edged sword. The rituals surrounding it were steeped in fear as well as reverence. For with every hunt, there was the lurking shadow of retribution. If the hunters failed to honor the spirit of the beast, would the gods turn their backs on them? Would the forest grow silent, the animals vanish, leaving the tribe in darkness? The hairs on the back of their necks stood tall at the thought, a chilling reminder that in this dance of life and death, balance must always be sought. The fire crackled as tales were spun, each story igniting the imaginations of young and old alike. They spoke of the time the goddess Artemis had appeared before their ancestors, teaching them the ways of the wild, showing them how to listen to the whispers of nature. With every word, they felt the weight of their beliefs, the thread that connected them to the spirits of the land. It was a legacy that demanded to be cherished, a powerful reminder that they were part of something far greater than themselves. As the night deepened, the flames flickered and danced, casting playful shadows that played upon eager faces. Voices rose in song, steeped in the rich tapestry of culture and history, a melody that carried the essence of their ancestors. The air was thick with the promise of more hunts to come, of stories yet to be told, of the delicate balance of life that would forever bind them to the earth beneath their feet. The forest, alive and throbbing with the energy of the hunt, beckoned them deeper into its embrace, where the next chapter of their story awaited. And with it, the echoes of ancient myths and the timeless dance of life would continue to unfold. In the flickering light of a fire, shadows danced around a circle of figures, their faces painted with the colors of the earth. The scent of herbs filled the air, mingling with the whispers of ancient chants. At the center stood the shaman, a figure cloaked in a robe stitched with symbols older than time itself, a living bridge between the seen and unseen worlds. Eyes closed, he swayed gently, his spirit already wandering the realms beyond, seeking wisdom, guidance, and healing for those gathered before him. Around the fire, villagers sat in earnest anticipation, their hearts beating as one, drawn together by an unbreakable thread of hope. They had brought their fears, their burdens, and their unanswered questions. Each one had come to this sacred space, hoping the shaman could weave together the threads of their lives into a tapestry of understanding. The night was thick with expectation, and as the flames crackled, a sense of mystery hung in the air, like an electric charge. Long before modern medicine and conventional beliefs took shape, shamans existed as the spiritual stewards of their communities. In every corner of the globe, from the Arctic tundras to the dense rainforests, these remarkable individuals emerged, each a custodian of ancient knowledge passed down through generations. They were more than mere healers. They were storytellers, visionaries, and guardians of the soul. In the icy expanses of Siberia, shamans donned their coats of fur, their breath visible in the frigid air as they summoned the spirits of the ancestors. With a drumbeat that resonated like thunder, they would enter the spirit world, seeking answers to the ailments that plagued their people. It was said that these mystical leaders could summon guides from realms beyond, gaining insights that the everyday eye could not perceive. The villagers would sit huddled together, eyes wide with wonder, their hearts racing in anticipation of the shaman's return. The moment he emerged from his trance, the weight of the mysteries he carried could be felt in the very earth beneath them. Across the ocean in the lush Amazon rainforest, another shaman, adorned with feathers and beads, chanted sacred songs, calling upon the spirits of the plants. With a deep understanding of nature, these spiritual leaders harnessed the healing properties of the forest, guiding their people through sickness and despair. They knew the secrets of the ayahuasca vine, how it could unlock the doors of perception and lead to transformative experiences. As they sat among the splendor of towering trees, the shaman's voice echoed, intertwining with the rustling leaves, a reminder that every leaf, every creature, held its own story, waiting to be told. In the arid landscapes of Mongolia, where the wind howled like a restless spirit, shamans rode their horses into the expansive wilderness, their hearts in tune with nature's rhythm. They draped themselves in silk and thread, symbols of their sacred roles, as they channeled the energy of the earth. The sky was their canvas, and the stars whispered secrets only they could hear. As they gazed into the night, they felt the pulse of the universe, a reminder that they were never alone. The stories they carried were woven into the very fabric of time, echoing through the ages. Yet, not all stories were filled with light. There were moments of darkness that tested the resolve of even the most powerful shamans. In the Inuit communities, a shaman once faced a malevolent spirit that threatened to engulf the village in despair. With nothing but her drum and unwavering faith, she journeyed into the abyss, confronting her deepest fears. The villagers waited with bated breath as she battled the darkness, their hearts intertwined with hers, praying for her safe return. When she finally emerged, eyes blazing with newfound strength, the power of her story became a beacon of hope for generations to come. As the night deepened, the shaman's voice rose and fell, weaving tales of creation, loss, and rebirth. The villagers felt every word reverberate through their souls, a reminder that their individual stories were part of a larger narrative, the story of their people. Tears glistened in the eyes of the old and young alike, as they connected with the ancient truths that tied them together. They were not merely listeners, they became participants in the sacred circle of life. The role of shamans extended beyond the physical world. They were the conduits between this realm and the next. In cultures around the world, they performed rites of passage, guiding souls as they transitioned from one life to the next. With profound reverence, they honored those who had passed, ensuring that their stories would never fade from memory. They understood that death was not an end, but a transformation, a journey into the unknown that held its own beauty. Amidst the vibrant cultures and rich histories, not all shamans faced acceptance. In some places, they navigated a world that viewed their practices with skepticism, their gifts misunderstood. Yet, in the shadows, their spirits burned brightly, their purpose unwavering. They continued to heal, to guide, and to inspire, often in silence. The stories of their struggles became threads of resilience, woven into the fabric of each community they served. As dawn approached, the fire flickered, casting a warm glow on the faces of the villagers. The shaman's voice softened, but the power of his words lingered in the cool morning air. With every story told, he had stitched together the hearts of those present, creating bonds of unity and understanding. The night had been a tapestry of emotions, each thread representing love, loss, hope, and healing. Even as the embers cooled and the first light of day began to break over the horizon, the echoes of the shaman's voice remained. The villagers felt a sense of renewal within them, a shared commitment to honor the stories that had been passed down through the ages. They knew that the tales of their ancestors were not just relics of the past, but living, breathing narratives that shaped their identities and destinies. And as they prepared to return to their daily lives, the villagers carried with them the spirit of the shaman, a reminder that their own stories were waiting to be shared. Each person held the potential to become a shaman in their own way, to weave their experiences into the collective consciousness of their community. The sun rose higher, casting rays of light that promised new beginnings, as the stories of shamans continued to ripple through time, unending, eternal, and ever so powerful. The air crackled with anticipation as the setting sun cast a golden glow over the endless expanse of snow, a canvas untouched and shimmering with ethereal beauty. In the distance, the faint sound of drums echoed, each beat pulsating like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The Inuit people, wrapped in layers of furs and warmth, gathered beneath the vast Arctic sky, their faces illuminated with excitement and reverence. This was no ordinary evening. It was a time for celebrations, a time when ancient myths wove through the fabric of their festivities, like threads of a finely crafted garment. As the first notes of the drum resounded, it was as if the spirits of their ancestors danced alongside them. Stories, whispered like secrets through generations, filled the air. Each celebration, whether it was the joyous arrival of the sun after the long darkness of winter or the wild dance of the caribou during migration, was steeped in deep cultural significance. These were not mere gatherings. They were declarations of life, bonds of community, and a testament to the resilience of a people who thrived in one of the harshest environments on Earth. During the midwinter festival known as Kivyuk, the Inuit honored their legendary hero, a man who faced the trials of nature itself. Tales of Kivyuk echoed through the frosty night, his adventures becoming more than just stories. They became the lifeblood of their identity. As families shared meals of seal and fish, laughter mingled with the crisp air, creating a bond that transcended the cold. They believed that during this time, Kivyuk would join them, guiding the hunters and ensuring the success of the coming season. The flickering flames of the fire danced to the rhythm of their voices as the past and present intertwined seamlessly. Each celebration was marked by rituals that honored not only the living, but the spirits of the land and sea. The Inuit understood their place in the world, a delicate balance between survival and respect. During the spring festival, When the sun began to rise higher in the sky, people engaged in a ritual known as Nalukatak. This was more than a celebration of the thaw. It was a way to thank the spirits for the bounty of the sea. As the young children played on the ice, laughter ringing out like chimes, the elders shared stories of struggles and victories, their words weaving a tapestry of hope and resilience. Among their many traditions, the Kagik was a communal gathering that drew families together under the light of the northern stars. Stories of the moon and stars were recounted, believed to be the spirits of their ancestors watching over them. As people sat in a circle, passing around bowls of traditional food, the warmth of connection enveloped them like a thick blanket. The Inuit knew the importance of community, and through every shared meal and every dance, they strengthened their ties, reaffirming their unity against the vastness of their environment. Yet, not all celebrations ended in joy. There were times when loss shadowed their festivities, when the absence of a loved one weighed heavy on the hearts of those gathered. The Inuit honored their dead through rituals that blended grief and remembrance, believing that the spirits of their ancestors walked among them. The haunting sounds of a drum would echo through the night as they sought solace in the belief that those they had lost were still present in spirit, guiding and protecting them. As the celebrations unfolded, the stories became richer, infused with the raw emotions of life itself: joy, sorrow, hope, and fear. The legends of the sea creatures, like the walrus and the whale, intertwined with their festivities, each creature representing a vital connection to the world around them. The Inuit told tales of the great sea spirit, Sedna, who governed the creatures of the deep. They believed that through their reverence and respect, they could ensure a successful hunt and a bountiful harvest from the sea. The tactile sensations of the snow beneath their feet, the cold air biting at their cheeks, and the warmth of a shared fire created an atmosphere thick with emotion. Children's eyes sparkled with wonder as the elders recounted tales of the great bear, the cunning fox, and the wise owl, their voices rising and falling like the tide. Laughter swept through the crowd, but beneath the joy lay an unspoken acknowledgement of the struggles they faced in their harsh lands. As the festivities reached their peak, the atmosphere shifted, the drums beating faster, the energy rising. Dancers leaped into the circle, their movements a reflection of the very nature that surrounded them. Each step told a story. Each spin echoed the freedom of the wind across the tundra. The Inuit believed that dance was a form of communication with the spirits, an offering of joy that reverberated through the earth. It was during these moments that the lines between the physical and spiritual blurred, and the very essence of life pulsed through the crowd. With every celebration, there was a lingering reminder of the delicate balance between joy and sorrow, life and death. As the cold night wore on, the flickering torches illuminated the faces of the Inuit, each one a reflection of the stories they carried within them. The traditions, rich and vibrant, were a lifeline to their ancestors, a testament to their survival against a backdrop of ice and snow. The whispers of the past floated through the air, an invitation to remember, to honor, and to celebrate. Each festival was a heartbeat in the rhythm of their existence, a reminder that though the world may seem cold and unforgiving, within the warmth of their community, life thrived. The stories, woven together like strands of a finely crafted tapestry, were not merely tales of old. They were the essence of who they were, a bridge connecting them to their ancestors and to one another. As the last echoes of the drums faded into the night, and the stars sparkled like a million tiny eyes, watching over them. The Inuit remained bound by the threads of tradition and myth. In that moment, they knew that the festivities were not an end, but a continuation, a cycle that would carry them forward into the next chapter of their lives, a thread in the unbroken weave of time. The fire flickered, shadows danced, and the stories lingered, waiting for the next gathering, the next celebration, the next moment when the past would leap to life once more. The wind howled across the icy expanse, biting at exposed skin and sending shivers through the bones of those who dared venture outside. In this land where the sun barely peeked above the horizon, life was a constant battle against nature's fierce elements. Yet, amid the swirling snow and the distant crackle of ice, the Inuit people wove stories that danced like flames in the darkness, myths that explained their existence, their struggles, and their triumphs. Each tale was a thread in the intricate tapestry of their culture, stitched together through the influence of the land they called home. Beneath the vast sky, where the northern lights flickered like spirits in a celestial dance, the Inuit believed that their world was shaped by powerful forces, both seen and unseen. The geography around them was not just a backdrop, it was alive, a character in every story they told. Stark cliffs loomed like ancient guardians, while the endless ice fields stretched out like blank canvases, waiting for the brushstrokes of life. Each glacier and glimmering lake held a story, a lesson wrapped in the fabric of the universe. Stories of Sedna, the sea goddess, echoed through the icy air. Her tale was born from the jagged coastlines and tumultuous seas, where the Inuit took to their kayaks, braving the icy waters in search of sustenance. Sedna, with her long flowing hair like seaweed, was said to control the animals of the sea, her moods affecting the fish and seals their survival depended on. When she was angered, the waters would churn violently, and the animals would vanish, leaving the hunters desperate and hungry. This connection to the ocean, a powerful force that could offer life or death, painted every aspect of their existence. The harshness of geography molded the very fabric of their beliefs, fostering a deep respect for the natural world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the snowy landscape, the stories grew darker. The Inuit spoke of the wicked spirits that roamed the land. Wendigo, a creature born from the bitter cold, represented not just hunger, but the madness that could consume a person when faced with despair. Geography was not merely a setting, it was the birthplace of phantoms and fears, a reflection of the struggles that haunted the Inuit in their quest for survival. The frozen tundra echoed with the howls of those who had succumbed to the chill, their spirits trapped in the very ice that bound the land. In the depths of winter, when the nights stretched endlessly, the Inuit gathered in their igloos, the warmth of fire flickering against the walls. They shared tales that floated like smoke in the still air, stories that connected generations. The geography around them provided the inspiration, shaping their narratives in ways that resonated with their experiences. Each snowdrift and each distant mountain became an emblem of hope or peril, guiding their decisions and actions. With the changing seasons, the stories evolved, reflecting the rhythms of the land. The arrival of spring would bring tales of rebirth, of the migration of caribou, and the melting of ice. The myth of the sun, personified as a powerful being, was celebrated with joy, marking the return of warmth and light. The geography, once a formidable challenge, transformed into a canvas bursting with life. It was a reminder that everything was interconnected: the people, the animals, the land, and the stories they told. Yet, even the warmth of spring could not erase the scars left by the harsh winters. The Inuit spoke of the spirits of their ancestors, forever bound to the land, watching over them and guiding them through the trials of life. The mountains stood tall as the guardians of history, their silent presence a reminder of the sacrifices made by those who had come before. In every crevasse and every whisper of the wind, the echoes of the past lingered, urging the living to honor their legacy. The icebergs, majestic and imposing, became symbols in their myths, representing both beauty and danger. The Inuit believed that the spirits of the ancestors inhabited these icy giants, their wisdom embedded in the very structure of the land. When the ice calved into the sea, it was said to be a message, a reminder of the ever-changing nature of life. The geography of the Arctic was a mirror, reflecting the struggles, joys, and mysteries of existence. The stories unfolded with a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the land. Moments of reflection intertwined with bursts of tension, capturing the essence of a people living on the edge of survival. The myths were not just tales. They were survival guides whispered through the ages, teaching lessons about respect, resilience, and harmony with nature. It was in the very geography that the Inuit found their identity, a deep-rooted connection to the place they called home. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above like scattered diamonds, a sense of reverence filled the air. The stories wove around the listeners, wrapping them in a cloak of warmth despite the cold outside. Each word resonated with the weight of history, binding the past with the present. The land, the myths, and the people became one, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of tradition. Just as a gust of wind swept through the gathering, carrying the scent of the sea, the air shifted. New tales began to emerge, fueled by the ever-changing landscape. Whispering secrets yet to be told, stories waiting to be embedded in the very fabric of the geographic tapestry. The influence of the land lingered, its presence felt in every breath, every heartbeat, as the next chapter beckoned, alive with the promise of discovery. The wind howled like a wounded beast, tearing through the barren expanse of the Arctic tundra. Ice crystals danced in the air, biting at exposed skin, while a solitary figure trudged through the thick snow. This was no ordinary journey. It was a battle against nature's fury. This was resilience in its rawest form, where survival meant more than just enduring. It meant conquering the impossible. In the shadow of Mount Everest, hundreds had stood at the precipice of dreams, eyes glistening with hope. Yet, many had met their end, swallowed by the icy jaws of the mountain. The stories of those who vanished echoed in the hearts of climbers, stirring both terror and admiration. The relentless spirit of survival pushed them onward, but it also led to the myth that resilience alone could conquer the towering giant. Beneath the surface, the truth ran deeper. Often, it was not sheer will that pushed people forward, but a complex web of preparation, instinct, and sheer luck. In the scorched deserts of the Sahara, the Tuareg people roamed with a grace that belied the unforgiving environment. Their camels, an extension of their spirit, bore the weight of not just physical supplies, but also centuries of wisdom. Yet, the myth persisted. Resilience was merely a matter of toughness. What outsiders failed to see was the intricate dance of knowledge and adaptability. The Tuareg didn't merely endure. They thrived by reading the stars, understanding the land, and honoring traditions passed down through generations. Each night, under the vast star-strewn sky, they whispered stories of survival, binding their community with tales of past struggles. and triumphs. Across the oceans, on the rugged cliffs of Ireland, the ancient Celts faced the tempestuous North Atlantic. Their laughter rang out against the crashing waves, yet their hearts bore the weight of legend. The myth of invincibility surrounded them. How could they not be resilient when they danced and sang in the face of storms? But beneath the revelry lay deep-seated fears and an understanding of their vulnerability. Each storm that battered their homes was a powerful reminder of nature's dominance. Their resilience came not from denial, but from acceptance, weaving sorrow and joy into their tapestry of existence. In the dense jungles of the Amazon, the indigenous tribes flourished amidst the chaos of life and death. Each day was a lesson in survival, where the line between predator and prey blurred. Stories told around flickering fires at dusk weren't just entertainment. They were vital teachings. The myth of resilience often masked the reality of interdependence. Each member of the tribe understood their role, and their strength lay not in individual prowess, but in the collective harmony of their community. When one faltered, the others were there, weaving a safety net of support and understanding. The Inuit, living on the edge of the Arctic Circle, had their own set of tales. They spoke of the great white bear, a creature that commanded both fear and respect. The myth of resilience had led many to believe that the Inuit faced the cold with an unbreakable spirit. Yet, their survival depended on intricate knowledge of the land and its changing moods. With every season, their lives transformed. They adapted their hunts and built their homes with a reverence for nature's flow. The polar night, with its relentless darkness, was not a time of despair, but a moment of introspection, a chance to reflect and plan. In the vast, arid stretches of Mongolia, the nomadic tribes traversed the steppes, guided by the rhythms of nature and the stars. The myth of resilience painted them as fierce warriors, unyielding against the harsh winds. But their strength was rooted in their adaptability. They followed the herds, moved with the seasons, and never clung to the idea of permanence. With each migration, they told stories of ancestors who had faced greater hardships, forging an unbreakable bond with the land. Yet, amid these tales of tenacity, the shadows lingered. The myths often led to misunderstanding, to the belief that resilience meant never showing weakness. In the aftermath of natural disasters, the narratives shifted. Survivors were hailed as heroes, their stories celebrated, but the silent struggle of healing often went unnoticed. In the wreckage of their lives, they faced not just the physical scars, but the emotional aftermath of loss. The myth of resilience painted over the raw wounds, pushing them to move on too quickly. The truth was more complex. Healing was not linear, and there was strength in vulnerability. As the sun set over the ruins of ancient civilizations, the whispers of the past echoed through the crumbling stones. The Romans, renowned for their might, faced their own demise, not just from external attacks, but from within. The myth of resilience celebrated their engineering marvels and military prowess, yet it masked the cracks in their society. The complexities of governance, the inequality among classes, and the erosion of loyalty were the unseen forces that ultimately led to their fall. Resilience was not merely a matter of strength. It demanded awareness and adaptability in a changing world. And then, there were those who walked the line between life and death, the war survivors who bore witness to the unspeakable. In the trenches of World War I, soldiers faced the unrelenting horror of battle, their spirits tested in unimaginable ways. The myth of resilience portrayed them as unwavering heroes, yet within the chaos, They carried the weight of trauma. Each day was a struggle to retain their humanity amid the madness. Their stories were not just of bravery, but of fragility, reminding the world that even the strongest beings could shatter under pressure. In every corner of the globe, the myths of resilience painted a picture that was equal parts inspiring and misleading. They wrapped survival in a veneer of strength, glossing over the intricate layers of emotion, community, and sheer luck that played a role in overcoming adversity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the landscapes that had witnessed countless stories, one truth remained clear. Resilience was not a solitary endeavor. It was a collective experience, a tapestry woven from the threads of struggle, hope, and the undeniable will to survive against all odds. A chill crept through the air, a whisper of autumn that hinted at stories untold as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the ground. The people gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated in a warm glow, eyes sparkling with anticipation. The flickering flames danced as wildly as the tales that would soon spill forth. It was here, in this sacred circle, that the bear became more than just a creature. It morphed into a powerful symbol, a testament to strength, courage, and the raw pulse of nature that beat in time with the hearts of mankind. Long ago, in the edges of human history, the bear roamed wide and free. It was a time when humans lived closely with the earth, when every rustle in the bushes could be a friend or foe, when the stories of animals were woven into the very fabric of their existence. The bear, with its massive frame and fierce demeanor, represented the spirit of survival. People watched in awe as it lumbered through the forests, a guardian of the wilderness, both terrifying and majestic. The bear's presence evoked fear, respect, and a deep-seated reverence that echoed in the hearts of those who sought to understand its ways. Ancient tribes looked to the bear as a guide, a symbol of power that could lead them through the darkest nights. In many cultures, the bear was seen as a protector of the weak, embodying the qualities of courage and resilience. It was not just an animal, it was a bridge between worlds, connecting the earthly realm to the spirit world. To hunt a bear was to face one's fears, to confront the wildness not just outside, but within. The successful hunter returned, not just with meat, but with stories of bravery that would echo through generations. The bear's significance stretched beyond the hunt. It was etched into the stories shared around fires, each tale a thread in the tapestry of life. The bear was often the central character in myths, embodying lessons of perseverance and wisdom. In some cultures, it was said that the bear could heal and protect, its spirit offering guidance in times of trouble. A mother bear, fiercely protective of her cubs, became a symbol of maternal love, while the solitary nature of the bear represented the journey of self-discovery that many sought. But there were darker tales too, those that spoke of the bear's ferocity. When the bear attacked, it was a reminder of the precarious balance between humanity and nature. It was an embodiment of nature's fury, a stark warning of the consequences of disrespecting the wild. The bear, in its rage, became a symbol of vengeance, a creature that demanded reverence and caution. It was this duality, the gentle protector and the fierce warrior, that captivated the imaginations of the people. The bear was both friend and foe, a creature that demanded respect and understanding. As years turned into centuries, the bear's image evolved but never lost its grip on the human heart. In the forests of Europe, it became a symbol of nobility, often associated with kings and warriors. The bear was depicted on coats of arms, a mark of honor, strength, and protection. Kings would boast of their bear hunts, crafting stories of valor that would resonate in the halls of power. The bear represented not just physical strength, but moral fortitude, a reminder that true power comes from compassion and a deep connection to one's roots. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Native American tribes revered the bear as a spirit guide, a totem that could teach the lessons of life. The bear dances and rituals became integral parts of their culture. They believed that the spirit of the bear could enter dreams, offering wisdom and warnings. The bear's hibernation in winter symbolized renewal and introspection, a time when one could reflect and grow, even in the silence of the coldest months. The story shifted dramatically when the bear met the encroaching forces of civilization. As settlers pushed further into its territory, the bear faced the harsh realities of survival, becoming a symbol of loss and the relentless march of change. Its once vast domain shrank, as did its numbers. The hunting of bears became more than just a means of survival. It morphed into a sport, a challenge that stripped away the sacredness of their existence. The bear, once the embodiment of nature's wild beauty, faced the threat of extinction, mirroring the turmoil within the human soul as it grappled with its own identity. Yet even in the face of relentless adversity, the bear's spirit endured. It became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that survival was not just about strength, but also about adaptation and hope. The world watched as conservation efforts grew, igniting a spark of awareness. People began to rally for the bears, realizing that protecting these magnificent creatures meant preserving a part of their own history. In that struggle, the bear found new life, not just as a creature of the forest, but as an emblem of unity, a call to action that echoed across communities. As the flames flickered and the night deepened, tales of the bear continued to weave their magic. Each story held a mirror to the human experience, reflecting the complexities of love, loss, strength, and vulnerability. The bear, with its rich symbolism, transcended time and space, becoming a thread that connected the past to the present, the spirit world to the earthly realm. It was a powerful reminder that the wildness within, much like the bear, has the potential to both nurture and destroy. As the fire crackled and the stars shimmered above, the weight of the stories hung heavy in the air, a tapestry of emotion that stirred the souls of those who listened. The night was far from over, and the stories, like the bear itself, would continue to roam, inviting all who dared to embrace their wild, beautiful truth. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient city as its people gathered in a vibrant square. The air was thick with anticipation, and the first notes of a flute pierced the silence, sending shivers down spines and igniting whispers of the divine. This was no ordinary celebration. This was a communion of the living and the mythical, a moment where music and dance wove the fabric of stories that transcended time. In the shadows of towering stone temples, the echoes of beat and rhythm began to resonate. Musicians, with their instruments fashioned from nature's bounty, wood and animal skin, played melodies that seemed to call out to the gods themselves. Every pluck of the string, every tap of the drum, was a conversation, a plea, a celebration of life and death, love and loss. In these sacred gatherings, every sound was a heartbeat, every note a whisper of history. As the first dancers took the stage, their feet barely touched the ground, gliding like the gentle flow of a river. Clad in vibrant colors, they embodied the spirits of the myths that had been passed down through generations. They became the tales of creation and destruction, of heroes and monsters, moving with a grace that left the audience breathless. Each twist and turn of their bodies narrated a story far older than any living memory. It was as if the very essence of the earth thrummed in their veins, urging them to tell these tales anew. In ancient Greece, music was believed to be a gift from the Muses, the 9 goddesses who inspired the arts and sciences. The people believed that the right melody could sway the very tides of fate. A lyre would ring out across the hills, calling forth the stories of heroes like Achilles and Odysseus, their triumphs and tragedies forever etched in the hearts of those who listened. Music was more than sound. It was a lifeline to the divine, a bridge to the sacred. With the rhythm of drums beating like the pulse of the earth, the dance intensified. Faces lit with joy and sorrow, the dancers spun, a blur of passion and fervor. They mimicked the rise and fall of the seasons, the birth of new life, and the inevitable decay that followed. The audience felt their own hearts race, caught in the whirlpool of emotion, experiencing the highs and lows of existence through the dancers' movements. It was a celebration of being alive, of feeling every intricate thread of joy and pain entwined within the human experience. In the depths of the Andean mountains, the indigenous people revered Pachamama, the earth goddess, through music and dance. They believed that playing the panpipes and beating drums during harvest rituals would ensure her blessings. The sound of the instruments would rise into the air, appealing directly to her, inviting her presence among them. The dancers, adorned with feathers and beads, offered their gratitude, moving in patterns that mirrored the cycles of growth and decay, of life and death. Music became a prayer, a powerful invocation of their deepest desires and fears. Across the vast expanse of time, in the heart of Africa, drums spoke the language of the soul. From the intricate rhythms of the djembe to the deep, resonant tones of the talking drum, music was a fundamental part of storytelling. Each beat echoed the pulse of the past, connecting the present to ancestors long gone. Dance was a way to honor these ancestors, to bring their wisdom into the circle of life. The dancers would express their history, their struggles, and their triumphs, every movement a testament to resilience. As the night wore on, the music shifted, pulling everyone into a more intense embrace. A haunting melody played, and the dancers swayed as if caught in a spell. The crowd, once vibrant, now breathed in sync with the haunting notes, feeling an ancestral grief wash over them. Each note seemed to carry the weight of loss, of stories untold. This was the power of music and dance in mythological narratives, the ability to evoke emotions that lay dormant, to bring forth tears and laughter alike. The air crackled with energy, a palpable connection to those who had come before, their souls lingering in the rhythm. History breathed through these performances, echoing in the hearts of those who watched. The Norse sagas spoke of music comforting warriors as they prepared for battle. Their shields raised high in anticipation of glory or doom. The warriors would gather around a fire, the flickering flames dancing like the flickers of fate itself, as they sang songs that stirred their courage. Music was their ally, reminding them of their purpose and the honor that awaited them. In the Americas, the intricate dances of the native peoples brought stories of creation to life. Each movement represented elements of nature, the animals and plants that shared their world. The dancers, embodying the spirits of these beings, moved with purpose, demonstrating respect and gratitude. The rhythm of their feet on the earth was a promise, a commitment to honor the land and all it provided. Music and dance were not mere forms of entertainment. They were sacred rituals, binding the community in a tapestry of shared hopes and dreams. The energy in the square surged as the evening reached its peak, the music rising to a fever pitch. Dancers leaped higher, their movements becoming bolder, more fervent. The audience, entranced, could feel their hearts racing in time with the drums. Every beat resonated with the core of their beings, igniting a fire that moved through the crowd, spilling over into joyous screams and cheers. This was the magic of music and dance in mythological narratives. It brought people together, igniting a spirit of unity that transcended distance and time. As the final notes faded into the night, a profound silence enveloped the square. The audience sat in awe, caught in a collective breath, feeling the aftershocks of what they had witnessed. The dancers collapsed to the ground, spent yet radiant, their bodies whispering the remnants of the stories they had shared. The music may have quieted, but the echoes lingered in the hearts of all present. The stories would live on, woven into the very fabric of their lives, waiting to be told again. Waiting for the next gathering, the next burst of emotion that would bind them once more. With the stars twinkling overhead, it was clear that the night was far from over. The flickering flames of the fire cast long shadows, hinting at the endless possibilities that lay ahead. History, emotion, and the heartbeat of humanity pulsed through the air, alive and waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the flickering light of a small kitchen, an elderly woman stirs a pot of bubbling broth, the air thick with the scent of herbs and spices. Outside, the world moves on, but inside her home, time seems to pause, and the whispers of ancient tales weave through the steam. Each ingredient has a story, a history that connects her to the past. Her grandmother's hands once prepared the same dish, recounting legends of goddesses and heroes. The old woman smiles softly to herself, knowing that tonight, as her family gathers around the table, they will not just share a meal, they will share a piece of their heritage, rich with myth and magic. It was said that the goddess Demeter, the embodiment of the harvest, taught humanity the secrets of agriculture. With each grain of wheat that slipped through her fingers, she instilled in them a sense of purpose, a bond to the earth that still resonates today. How often do people pause to consider that their daily bread carries the weight of stories written thousands of years ago? A simple loaf, warm and golden, can spark imaginations, conjuring visions of fruitful fields and the steadfast cycle of life. Generations have whispered her name, infusing their kitchens with an energy that speaks of survival and sustenance. In the town square, children play, their laughter echoing against the cobblestones. They chase each other, unaware that the very games they enjoy are rooted in ancient traditions. The tales of Ares, the god of war, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, permeate their youthful exuberance. When they engage in spirited competitions, they unknowingly reenact the contests that once determined the fates of cities. These moments are not just innocent play. They are echoes of a time when victory and defeat could shape destinies. The children leap and bound, unaware of the divine forces guiding their hearts. Across the street, a young couple sits on a park bench, hand in hand, sharing secrets and dreams. The stories of Eros and Psyche linger in the air around them, their love an echo of the trials endured by lovers in the face of adversity. The couple, oblivious to the universe conspiring around them, feels the weight of a timeless connection. Each gentle touch and knowing glance draws strength from the past, reminding them that love can conquer all, even the most treacherous of obstacles. As they gaze into one another's eyes, they become unwitting participants in a myth that transcends their reality. In a bustling marketplace, vendors call out their wares, their voices blending into a vibrant tapestry of commerce and culture. The spice merchant, his hands stained with turmeric, recites stories of the phoenix, an emblem of renewal and hope. Each pinch of spice carries the essence of a different tale, a flavor of history that dances on the tongues of customers who might not realize the magic infused in their meals. This connection runs deeper than commerce. It embodies the very spirit of humanity's quest for comfort and joy. The act of sharing a meal transcends generations, transforming ordinary days into celebrations of life. As dusk settles, the faint sound of drums resonates through the streets. A festival begins, reviving legends of old. The people gather, their faces illuminated by lanterns, each flickering light a nod to the divine. They dance, weaving movements inspired by the stories of Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry. With each step, the energy surges, igniting a primal instinct deep within. The music swells as ancient rhythms blend with modern beats, reminding all present of the power of community and shared heritage. The festival is alive, a vibrant tapestry of life stitched together with thread from the past, reminding everyone that these myths are not forgotten. They breathe with each heartbeat. In the quiet corners of a library, a young girl flips through the pages of a well-loved book, her fingers tracing the illustrations of gods and monsters. She is captivated by the tale of Hercules, a hero whose strength and determination inspire dreams of courage. With every turn of the page, she finds herself transported into a world where bravery conquers fear and hope shines eternal. The narratives of heroes and heroines resonate within her, shaping her understanding of goodness and resilience. These stories light a fire in her heart, urging her to forge her path in a world that sometimes feels overwhelming. In a nearby cafe, an artist sketches furiously, drawing inspiration from the muses who once whispered creativity into the ears of poets and painters. Each stroke of her pencil channels the same divine spark that ignited creativity in those who came before her. The muses, embodiments of the arts, connect her to a lineage of dreamers, each fueled by the same desire to express their souls. She sips her coffee, its rich aroma reminding her of the countless artists who have walked this very path, sharing their gifts with the world. As the night deepens, crickets chirp softly outside, and the moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting silver light over the land. The elderly woman, with her pot simmering quietly, listens to the night sounds, and she recalls the myths shared around her own family table. The stories are woven into her very being, passed down like heirlooms from one generation to the next. As she sets the table, she arranges not just plates and cutlery, but also the echoes of laughter, the warmth of love, and the weight of tradition. Every moment of everyday life is intertwined with the legacies of those who came before. The myths of yesteryear are not just ancient tales lost to time. They are alive, breathing through the actions, rituals, and connections of modern humanity. The cycle continues, with each person becoming a thread in an ever-expanding tapestry, woven from the fabric of myth and history. As the old woman awaits the arrival of her family, she senses the anticipation, the stories waiting to be shared, and the bonds that will be strengthened by the simple act of coming together. Tonight, As they gather around the table, they will not only feast on a meal, but also on the richness of their shared past, reminding them that they are part of something grander, a living mythology that pulses through their veins. The warmth in the room matches the glow of the candles, and the laughter shared will echo into the future, ensuring that the connection between mythology and daily life remains unbroken, a bridge spanning time and space. A lone figure stands on the edge of a vast icy landscape, the swirling snow mixing with shadows of the past. Beneath the surface, ancient tales of strength and resilience tremble like the northern lights, flickering with memories of a time before the tides of change swept through the land. The Inuit people, with their deep-rooted beliefs, once found solace and guidance in the stories passed down through generations. But as colonial forces began to impose their will, those stories became battlegrounds. Twisted by the weight of foreign influence, the arrival of European explorers reverberated like thunder across the frozen expanses. Ships creaked and groaned as they sailed into the unknown, their sails billowing with dreams of discovery, but also with dark intentions. The Inuit watched from the shores, their skin kissed by the sun and hardened by the cold, feeling both curiosity and foreboding. The newcomers brought strange languages that danced awkwardly on the tongue, and religions that conflicted with the spirits they revered. The Inuit mythology, rich with tales of the sun goddess Sedna and the cunning trickster Nanook, began to feel the heavy hand of change. These stories, which once encapsulated the essence of community and survival, were suddenly under siege. Elders, the guardians of knowledge, found themselves silenced by the overwhelming noise of a foreign narrative. In their eyes, one could see the flicker of loss, like a candle in a storm, fighting to stay alight amidst the chaos. As the years passed, the missionaries arrived, armed not just with faith, but with a determination to reshape the very fabric of Inuit life. They sought to replace the reverence for the natural world and its spirits with a single, unyielding faith. The whispers of the wind, once filled with the voices of ancestors, began to carry different messages. Stories of trickster animals and the wisdom of the earth were overshadowed by tales of salvation and sin. Fear crept in, as traditions that had thrived for centuries were labeled as paganism, a darkness to be illuminated by the light of a foreign god. Children, once steeped in the wisdom of their heritage, were taken from their families and sent to distant schools. There, the warmth of their culture was chilled by strict rules and an unfamiliar language. They learned to speak and write in ways that felt foreign and uncomfortable, while the stories of Sedna and the great spirit of the hunt faded from their memories like whispers in the wind. The laughter of the past was replaced by the silence of lost stories. Yet, deep within the hearts of the Inuit, a spark remained. The resilience of their mythology flickered in the shadows, refusing to be completely extinguished. In secret gatherings, under the cloak of night, the stories crept back into the minds of the young and old alike. They shared tales of the raven who brought light to the world and the walrus who taught them the art of survival. The spirits watched over them, a quiet reminder of who they were, of what was sacred. The clash of cultures ignited conflicts that would echo through the ages. With every encounter, there was a sense of betrayal, like a knife carving into the flesh of tradition. The colonizers, with their unyielding grip, often viewed the Inuit as mere curiosities, subjects for study, rather than fellow beings with rich traditions. This reduced them to shadows of their former selves, as the stories that had given them strength were twisted into exotic tales for the amusement of outsiders. As the Inuit adapted to survive, their mythology began to morph, absorbing elements of the foreign world while attempting to maintain its essence. The stories of Sedna took on new layers, reflecting the struggle against oppression and the fight to reclaim their identity. In this space of tension, a new narrative emerged, one that blended the old with the new, where the spirits of the past whispered through the cracks of colonial oppression, urging the people to remember who they were. A dance took place, a rhythm of resistance. The drums echoed, a heartbeat that transcended time, as the Inuit began to reclaim their stories. The tales of animals became symbols of survival in a changing world, and the very fabric of their mythology began to weave a tapestry of resilience. They stood strong against the storm, their voices rising in defiance, a chorus that sang of hope and the unyielding spirit of their ancestors. In the midst of the struggle, the land itself held its breath, waiting for the moment when the balance would shift once more. The ice cracked and shifted, as if responding to the unspoken promise of renewal. The beauty of the northern lights painted the sky, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is light. The stories, once again, began to flow, a river of culture and identity that refused to be dammed. Yet, the shadow of colonialism lingered, a haunting presence that would not easily fade. The echoes of those who had come before weighed heavily upon the land, but the Inuit people knew that every story told was a step toward reclaiming their past. They gathered beneath the stars, their breath visible in the chill of the night air, and recounted the tales that had survived the test of time. Each word spoken was an act of resistance, a declaration that their mythology was not merely a relic of the past, but a living, breathing testament to their survival. As one story ended, another rose from the depths of memory, and the cycle continued. The icy plains pulsed with the energy of the past and the promise of the future, a place where mythology and reality intertwined. The struggle against colonialism infused every tale with new meaning, as each generation sought to weave their experiences into the fabric of their heritage. And so, the stories lived on, an endless dance of resilience, echoing through the vast frozen expanse, forever intertwined with the hopes and dreams of those who called this land home. The frost-bitten wind howled through the white expanse, a voice both eerie and familiar, echoing tales as ancient as the land itself. Inuit elders gathered around flickering flames, their breath visible in the frigid air, weaving stories that danced like the shadows cast by the firelight. Each word held the weight of ages, a bridge between the past and the present. Yet something stirred in the hearts of the young listeners, an urge to give these tales a new life. Among them was Calic, a spirited girl with eyes that sparkled like the northern lights. She felt the stories wrap around her like a warm blanket, but she also sensed the distance between her world and the world of her ancestors. The old stories spoke of the Nuna, the land, and the Tuktuk, the sea, and creatures like the great raven who brought light and the polar bear who roamed as both hunter and hunted. But Calic could not help but wonder, how do these ancient myths fit into her modern life? The life of social media, bustling cities, and a world that felt both vast and small. At school, her friends laughed about the latest trends, and Calic felt a pang of disconnect. The tales of Sedna, the sea goddess who sacrificed her fingers to save her people, were no longer just stories for her. They became symbols of resilience. In a way, she was like Sedna, an ever-evolving blend of past and present. caught between the expectations of tradition and the pull of modernity. One day, inspired by her own struggles, Calic decided to reinterpret the myth of Sedna in her art class. She painted a vibrant mural, capturing Sedna not as a frozen figure of sorrow, but as a powerful woman rising from the depths. Her fingers transformed into vibrant fish that danced in the waves. The mural radiated life, depicting Sedna's strength in the face of loss, a reflection of the challenges faced by her generation. Her classmates stood in awe, eyes wide, as they connected with the goddess in a way they had never thought possible. In merging tradition with contemporary expression, Calic breathed new life into Sedna's tale, reminding everyone that her story was not just one of pain, but of adaptation and survival. As whispers of her mural spread, Calic felt an electrifying rush. She had not just interpreted a myth, she had ignited a spark. The stories of the elders began to morph in the minds of the youth, each retelling layered with personal experiences, dreams, and hopes. It became a collective effort, a community reimagining old narratives to resonate with their current struggles. In another corner of town, a group of young men gathered around a fire, their breath visible in the night air. They discussed the story of the great hunter, Atanak, known for his incredible skills, but also for his fierce dedication to his people. The tales often glorified him, but they wanted to shift the focus to the community. The hunters, the gatherers, the storytellers. They shared laughter and stories of teamwork, emphasizing that Atanak's true strength lay in his connection to others. Their reinterpretation transformed a single heroic figure into a web of relationships, a lesson in collaboration and unity. By the time dawn broke, their laughter echoed through the crisp Arctic air, a testament to the power of shared narratives. In the midst of these reinterpretations, elders watched with a mix of pride and nostalgia. They saw their stories evolving, yet they feared the loss of their roots. In their hearts, they carried the ancient knowledge of the land, the spirits, and the lessons learned over millennia. The stories had always been more than just tales. They were lifeblood, a way to connect with nature and each other. One elder, Nanook, felt a swell of emotions as he listened to the youth. He understood the importance of change, but he also longed for the whispers of the old stories, those teachings that had kept their culture alive. One evening, he invited the young artists to his home, the walls adorned with artifacts that told of a time when survival depended on the wisdom of the ancients. As they sat together, Nanook shared stories of the spirits of the land, the ones that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. He spoke of how the animals listened, how the wind carried messages, and how the earth itself pulsed with life. Calic and her friends listened, transfixed, feeling the weight of history settle over them like a thick blanket of snow. In that moment, they realized that to reinterpret the myths did not mean to erase the past. It meant to weave it into the fabric of their current realities. They could honor the stories and still carve out their own paths. The youth began to understand the delicate balance of tradition and innovation, the beauty in honoring the old while forging the new. As the fire crackled, casting shadows that danced against the walls, Calic felt a swell of determination rise within her. She could feel the heartbeat of her ancestors in her own chest, urging her to continue. This was not just about her. This was about every young person who felt torn between the realms of the old and the new. The old stories whispered promises, and the new interpretations sparkled with the vibrancy of life. Calic's mural had become more than art. It was a movement. Each brushstroke was a declaration of identity, a reminder that the Inuit culture was not stagnant, but alive, ever-changing like the tides of the sea. In the weeks that followed, more murals blossomed across the community, each one telling a unique story, a blend of the old and the new. The elders began to share their experiences, and the youth began to listen. Together, they created a tapestry of emotions, a powerful reminder that every generation has the right to reinterpret its heritage, and in doing so, reinforce the bonds of community and culture. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Calic stood back to admire her work. The mural of Sedna glowed vibrantly in the fading light, a beacon of hope amidst the icy landscape. The wind carried the whispers of her ancestors and the laughter of her friends, a promise that their stories would continue to evolve, each retelling richer than the last, entwining the past and present into a singular, beautiful narrative. The fire crackled softly, and the night air hummed with potential, echoing the understanding that legends are not just remnants of a bygone era. They are a living, breathing part of who they are becoming. In the hushed silence of the Arctic, beneath a sky alive with the dance of the northern lights, a lone elder sat by the flickering flames of a fire. The wind howled outside like a mournful spirit, carrying with it whispers of a world in crisis. He clutched a weathered drum, its surface etched with stories of his ancestors, tales of the land, of the sea, and of the spirits that roamed freely long before humanity began to alter their paths. As he began to beat the drum, the rhythmic pulse intertwined with the winds, calling forth the spirits of the past. The Inuit had always viewed the world through a lens of interconnectedness. Each mountain, each river, each gust of wind was alive, imbued with purpose and meaning. They told stories of Sedna, the goddess of the sea, who was both a provider and a protector. Her tumultuous moods mirrored the health of the oceans, a reminder that harmony must be maintained. Yet now, the tales had shifted. The elder's heart ached as he recalled the stories of hunters returning from barren ice fields, their cries echoing like ghostly wails against the backdrop of a warming world. As the fire crackled, the elder spoke of the Kumak, the mighty bear who once roamed with grace and power, a guardian of the hunt. But the ice that once cradled him was fading. The hunters could no longer track his path. The balance they had honed through generations was shifting, disintegrating like the melting glaciers. Children no longer chased the tides, learning the rhythms of the ocean from their parents, for the waters were unpredictable, angry even. The elders felt a chill, deeper than the Arctic winds, a shiver that came not from the cold, but from the loss of a world they had cherished. A small group gathered around him, faces illuminated by the firelight, reflecting both fear and determination. The elder's voice grew stronger, weaving tales of the past with the urgent struggles of the present. He reminded them of the ancestral voices, the spirits that had guided the Inuit through countless winters. Those voices had warned of the consequences of neglecting nature's balance, a balance that now teetered on the edge of collapse. As the elder spoke, the very air seemed to thrum with the weight of their ancestors' wisdom, urging them to remember their connection to the land and to fight for its preservation. With every word, he painted vivid images of children playing on solid ice, of families gathered for feasts of seal and fish. But reality intruded, stark and unforgiving. The ice was thinning, the seals were retreating. Stories of hunters returning empty-handed filled the air with an unshakable sadness. The elder's heart sank as he recalled the fearful eyes of parents searching for hope, for direction in a world that seemed to turn against them. The spirits of the land were restless, their whispers growing frantic as the horizon shifted. A young woman stepped forward, her voice trembling but fierce. She spoke of the stories she had inherited, the tales of resilience and strength passed down from generations. But those stories felt frayed and hollow in the face of a changing climate, of waters rising and temperatures soaring. She looked into the elder's eyes, searching for reassurance, for guidance. Together, they pieced together the remnants of the old ways with the harsh realities of today, crafting a new narrative that honored both the past and the future. The elders and youth began to gather more frequently, their discussions deepening. They shared not only stories but also dreams of what could be, a vision of a community united, fighting for their home. Armed with the wisdom of their ancestors, they turned to the land, finding ways to adapt and to heal. They spoke of returning to the ancient practices of hunting and fishing, but with a keen awareness of the shifting climate, making sure to respect the creatures that shared their world. As they worked together, a sense of urgency pulsed through the community. They needed to act to protect their sacred lands and waterways. They began to blend the old with the new, weaving technology into their traditions, harnessing modern science to better understand the environmental changes that loomed over them. The elders, once skeptical of the outside world, found allies in scientists and environmentalists who shared their love for the Arctic, their passion for preserving its beauty. With each gathering, the community felt a flicker of hope reigniting. They organized cleanup efforts along the shores, planted trees in thawing soil, and held ceremonies to honor Sedna and the spirits of the land. They invited young people to share their ideas, blending ancient wisdom with fresh perspectives. The elder watched with pride as the next generation took the reins, their spirit alight with determination. But the challenges were immense. Stories of polar bears struggling to find food haunted their dreams. The relentless encroachment of industry gnawed at the edges of their homeland, threatening to drown their culture in a tide of greed. The elder felt the weight of the drum grow heavier, each beat a reminder of the responsibility shared by all. They were the guardians of their land, and the call to action was louder than ever. Under the swirling lights above, as the elder concluded his tale, a palpable energy filled the air. The community had transformed from mere storytellers into warriors for their land. They understood now that their mythology wasn't just a collection of stories. It was a living, breathing testament to their identity. It connected them to the ice, the sea, and to each other. The fire flickered low, casting shadows that danced like spirits on the frozen ground. The elder's heart beat in time with the pulse of the earth, a reminder that though the future was uncertain, together they could forge a path. The spirits of their ancestors echoed in the night, urging them not to give in, but to rise, to fight, and to protect the very essence of what it meant to be Inuit. And as the gathering dispersed into the cold night, a sense of collective resolve filled the air. They walked away, not only with the weight of their traditions, but also with a new purpose, one that would carry them into the future. The stories were far from over. They were merely evolving, bending with the winds of change, ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. In the hearts of the people, the legacy of their ancestors pulsed with renewed vigor, a living reminder that the fight to honor them had only just begun. The chill of the early morning air nipped at the skin, an omen of the wild and uncharted territories that lay ahead. A figure stood at the edge of a great precipice, gazing down at the vast, unending sea that stretched to the horizon. With every breath, the salty breeze whispered tales of ancient mariners and the countless explorers who dared to venture into the unknown. They were men and women who felt the pull of adventure surge through their veins, who would not rest until they had left their mark on the world, transforming their dreams into legends. From the icy fjords of Scandinavia to the sun-baked sands of the Sahara, the cries of those who sought glory echoed through the ages. The Viking Leif Erikson, brave and bold, set sail from the shores of Greenland, dreaming of lands filled with riches. The loved ones he left behind could only watch as he disappeared into the mist, their hearts heavy with worry, but also with pride. They whispered prayers to the gods, hoping that he would return. Little did they know that he would reach the shores of a new world, planting the seeds of his legend in a place that would later be known as North America. Across the ocean, in the lush jungles teeming with life, the story of another explorer began to unfold. Hernán Cortés, a man driven by an insatiable hunger for gold and glory, marched into the heart of the Aztec Empire. His heart raced with the thrill of ambition, but beneath it, an undercurrent of dread tugged at him. The vibrant colors of the feathered headdresses and the sound of flutes filled the air, masking the stark reality of what was to come. With every step he took deeper into the empire, he knew he was walking a treacherous path, one that would bathe his hands in blood, forever marking him as both a conqueror and a destroyer. Meanwhile, the winds of the Pacific whistled through the sails of another ship. Ferdinand Magellan, the man whose name would forever be etched in the annals of history, faced unimaginable peril on his quest to circumnavigate the globe. His crew, weary and worn, questioned their loyalty as they drifted into uncharted waters, where the stars seemed to mock their uncertainty. But Magellan's fiery gaze revealed a spirit that would not be quelled, a heartbeat that pulsed with the rhythm of the ocean's depths. The madness of the journey consumed him, leading to moments where hope flickered like a dying flame. Yet he pressed on, driven by a vision of the world that lay just beyond the horizon. In the shadows of these titans stood countless others, each one a thread in the tapestry of human exploration. Sacagawea, with her gentle strength and unwavering resolve, guided Lewis and Clark through the mysteries of the American wilderness. Her laughter echoed through the valleys, a sound of hope that lifted the spirits of weary men. They leaned on her wisdom, the unspoken bond of trust between them, a testament to the power of unity amid chaos. Each river crossed and mountain scaled brought them closer, but also deeper into a land where uncertainty reigned, where danger lurked behind every tree. As the sun dipped below the skyline, casting a golden hue over the world, the story of Marco Polo unfolded, a boy turned adventurer who traveled the Silk Road, a path fraught with peril and promise. His eyes widened at the splendor of distant lands, bringing back tales of opulence that would ignite the imaginations of those who had never left their homes. Yet, within each story lay an edge of sorrow, for every place he marveled at had its own darkness. The laughter of children playing in the streets of Hangzhou was juxtaposed with the cries of those who suffered under tyrant kings. The air crackled with tension as explorers faced the unknown, their hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of history. Each journey was a battle, not just against nature, but against the very essence of fear that clung to their souls. The fierce storms that battered their ships mirrored the tumult within, doubt, anger, and the longing for home. The echoes of their dreams clashed with harsh realities, each wave threatening to swallow their ambitions whole. But even in despair, the embers of hope glowed fiercely. The words of Ponce de Leon resonated deeply, his search for the fountain of youth, emblematic of mankind's eternal quest for renewal and understanding. Every time he stepped onto new soil, he carried not just dreams of longevity, but also the weight of responsibility to connect cultures, to learn, to teach. His journey was not merely one of exploration, but of transformation, a reminder that every step into the unknown could also lead to inner discovery. And then there was the tragic figure of Sir John Franklin, whose Arctic expedition turned into a haunting tale of survival against the merciless cold. His men dwindled, hope fading with each passing day, as ice encased them in a grip of despair. Yet, even in their darkest moments, they held on to a flicker of the dream that had beckoned them northward, a dream that whispered of glory and honor, even as it led them to their doom. As the sun's last light faded, the shadows of these explorers mingled, their stories intertwining like the roots of ancient trees, each thread woven into the fabric of legends, echoing through time. Even now, the world spins on, a canvas yet to be filled with the brushstrokes of future adventurers. The heart of humanity beats with the desire to push boundaries, to seek knowledge in the face of adversity, to embrace the allure of the unknown. Unbeknownst to them, as they crossed oceans and climbed mountains, they left behind echoes of their spirits, inspiring those who would come after them. The flames of their courage ignited the passions of countless souls who would rise to take their place, to set sail into the nights filled with dreams and the promise of new horizons. Each legend birthed another, a cycle of adventure, misfortune, and triumph that would forever intertwine the past with the present. The stories lingered in the air, waiting for the next brave heart to capture them, to breathe life into the tales of old once more. The air crackled with anticipation, as if 1,000 whispers lingered just beyond hearing. A flickering candle illuminated the dim room, casting shadows that danced like spirits. In the corner, an old tome lay open, pages yellowed and edges frayed, full of tales that sent shivers down the spine. It was the kind of book that promised spells and charms, each word a thread woven through the fabric of time, binding the reader to a world where enchantment was a heartbeat away. Long ago, in forgotten ages, people believed in the power of words. In the ancient land of Mesopotamia, scribes etched incantations onto clay tablets, invoking deities to bless their harvests. These spells were not mere scribbles. They were lifelines, hope caught in cuneiform. When the sun began to scorch the earth or the rivers ran dry, villagers gathered, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythmic murmurs of their shamans, chanting together, their voices rising like smoke toward the heavens. In those moments, magic was palpable. A flicker of hope would ignite, and the very air shimmered with the promise of possibility. Charms hung around necks, tiny pouches filled with herbs and whispered wishes. They were talismans against ill fortune, carried like secrets, each one a tiny universe of protection. Histories passed down through generations infused their lives with meaning. The words spoken in the stillness of night had the power to change destinies, and those who wielded them were both feared and revered. As civilizations rose and fell, so did the art of enchantment. In ancient Egypt, priests and priestesses donned intricate headdresses, their hands moving deftly as they performed rituals intended to appease the gods. The Book of the Dead was filled with spells meant to guide souls through the afterlife, a sacred text that promised resurrection. The power of these words was not just in their meaning, it was in their ability to weave a connection between the mortal and divine. Imagine being a soul standing at the threshold of eternity, with a single incantation able to light the way. The echoes of enchantment carried through the ages, finding new forms in myths and folklore. In medieval Europe, in shadowy forests where the lines between reality and fantasy blurred, witches whispered charms that stirred the wind. Against the backdrop of a moonlit sky, the flick of a wand or the sprinkle of a potion could summon love, invoke protection, or even unleash chaos. Villagers would gather around flickering fires, their eyes wide with wonder and fear as they listened to tales of the witches who walked among them. Those stories were a means of understanding the unknown, a way to process the darkness that often lurked in their hearts. Just as captivating were the tales of Arthurian legend, where Merlin wielded magic with ease, shaping destinies with a flick of his wrist. The enchantments in those stories weren't just for show. They were tied to the very essence of humanity: the quest for love, the struggle for power, the fight against evil. Every spell cast echoed the hopes and fears of those who believed. Each charm contained a slice of their reality, a reflection of their innermost desires, transforming ordinary moments into extraordinary events. As whispers of enchantment traveled, they found their way into the hands of storytellers and poets. The epic tales of Homer, the tragic and comedic plays of Shakespeare, all bore the weight of enchantment. The magic within those words was alive, resonating with emotions that spanned centuries. The characters became vessels of hope and despair, their fates entwined with spells, both spoken and unspoken. How often did a lover's sigh carry the weight of a charm, or a hero's cry, the power to shatter chains? Even in the tapestry of modern storytelling, enchantment weaves through every narrative. From the pages of fantasy novels to the screens of cinema, spells and charms remain symbols of hope, love, and transformation. Think of Harry Potter, where every flick of the wand could change a life. Magic is not merely an escape, it's a reflection of our deepest yearnings, the desire to change our circumstances, to protect our loved ones, to find a place where we truly belong. In the darkest corners of enchanted tales, the price of magic often looms large, a cautionary whisper carried on the wind. The allure of power can lead to ruin. The sorceress who made a pact with the shadows learns too late that some enchantments come with strings attached. The cost of a wish can be steep, and the consequences echo through the ages. The stories remind us that with great power comes great responsibility. Yet still, the call of enchantment persists. The thrill of a spell, the allure of a charm. Each one is a heartbeat, a connection to something larger than ourselves. The simple act of weaving words together can spark a fire in the soul, igniting dreams long thought lost. As the flickering candlelight dances, it illuminates the endless possibilities that await in every whispered incantation. In this tapestry of time, where the past mingles with the present, enchantment remains a potent force. It transforms everyday lives into epic tales, each individual a character in a grand narrative. With every spell cast, every charm sealed with intention, the world shifts ever so slightly, and the fabric of reality stretches to accommodate new dreams. And as the candle flickers low, the whispers continue, echoing through the ages. The promise of magic waiting just beyond the page, a reminder that the power of enchantment is never truly gone, always lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. In the dim light of a flickering candle, Eleanor stood before an ancient mirror, the glass clouded with time, yet reflecting the raw turmoil in her heart. Her fingers traced the ornate frame, each swirl and twist a story of its own, echoing whispers of those who had come before her, lovers, warriors, and traitors. History is often a tapestry woven with the threads of betrayal and redemption, and Eleanor could feel the weight of those narratives pressing down upon her. Just beyond her veil of reflection, stories spun in the shadows, tales of legendary figures who had walked the knife's edge between loyalty and treachery. Julius Caesar, a man revered and reviled, had known betrayal all too well. As he strode into the Senate on that fateful March day, the weight of his friends' daggers lay heavy in the air, every blow a stab, not just to the flesh, but to the very essence of trust. For Caesar, the Senate was a sanctuary, turned into a den of vipers, where friends morphed into assassins. The shouts of "Et tu, brute," echoed through time, resonating in the hearts of all who understood the agony of being betrayed by those you cherished most. In another corner of the world, in the cold, wind-swept streets of ancient Jerusalem, Judas Iscariot's name burned with the fire of infamy, forever linked with betrayal. The 30 silver coins glinted in his palm, a price heavier than gold. With each step towards the temple guards, he walked away from the warmth of brotherhood, his heart a battleground of doubt and certainty. The kiss he offered to Jesus was not just an act of treachery. It was a symbol of the conflict that resides in every soul. Redemption would seem an impossibility, yet the echoes of forgiveness ring loudest in the hearts burdened by guilt. The stories of betrayal spun in an endless loop, each tale intertwined with the hope of redemption. The echoes shifted to the realm of the samurai, where honor and loyalty were sacred. Seppuku, the act of ritual suicide, awaited those who had fallen from grace, a testament to the unbearable weight of dishonor. Yet within this darkness, figures like Minamoto no Yoshitsune emerged, a warrior whose own brother sought to extinguish his light. The tales of Yoshitsune's bravery, intertwined with his tragic fate, reverberated through the ages, teaching that even in death, the spirit of redemption could rise like a phoenix from the ashes of betrayal. And then there was the story of Anne Boleyn, a queen whose life was a tragic dance of love and betrayal at the court of Henry VIII. Her passion ignited the flames of change, but in a world governed by jealousy and ambition, those very flames turned to kindling for her undoing. As she stood on the scaffold, awaiting her fate, the whispers of betrayal hung thick in the air. Yet, in her final moments, she spoke not of revenge, but of forgiveness, a noble gesture that transcended her tragic end. In her death, she became a symbol of resilience, reminding all who followed her that redemption could flourish even in the face of overwhelming darkness. Across the seas, in the heart of the Americas, the story of Pocahontas unfolded like a tragic ballad. A bridge between two worlds, she faced the bitter sting of betrayal from both her people and the settlers. Captured and taken away, she became a pawn in a game of power. Yet her story transformed from one of pain to one of reconciliation. In marrying John Rolfe, she crossed the boundaries that divided her world, weaving a new narrative where betrayal could breed a seed for understanding and peace. The air thickened with the weight of possibility as Eleanor turned from the mirror, her heart pounding with the pulse of these stories. Betrayal, she realized, was not merely an act. It was a choice steeped in emotion, the kind that could shatter lives or forge destinies. The heart ached for those lost in the tides of treachery, but it also soared with the unyielding spirit of those who sought redemption. In the darkened corners of history, heroes wore the scars of betrayal with pride, transforming their pain into powerful lessons. Martin Luther King Jr. faced betrayal, not just from those who opposed him, but from the very fabric of society that held him back. Yet he chose the path of love, his dreams soaring high above the chains of betrayal that sought to bind him. His vision of redemption was not merely a whisper in the night. It was a roaring shout for justice, echoing through generations, igniting hope in the hearts of many. Eleanor stepped away from the mirror, her own reflection now mingling with the faces of these historical figures. She felt their struggles seep into her soul, urging her to confront her own demons. The specter of betrayal loomed large in her life, casting shadows on her relationships, her dreams. Yet, she also felt the stirring of something else, an ember of hope flickering within. The tales of history were not just stories of the past. They were living, breathing truths that connected her to the anxious hearts of those who had walked before her. Each tale of redemption offered a lifeline, a way to navigate the treacherous waters of human emotion. With every betrayal, there was the potential for forgiveness, growth, and a new beginning. As she turned towards the door, the world outside beckoned. The night was alive with the rustling leaves, a reminder that stories never truly end. They weave into the fabric of life, connecting the past with the present, the broken with the whole. Eleanor stepped into the night, her heart racing with the possibilities that lay ahead, knowing that the journey was just beginning. The pulse of betrayal and redemption echoed in her soul, a promise that she could carve her own narrative, one filled with the hope of rising after every fall. And as she walked away from the candlelight, the stories of the past surged within her, urging her to forge her own path, one yet to be written, filled with the vivid colors of human struggle and the unquenchable thirst for redemption. In the stillness of an Arctic night, under a dome of shimmering stars and a cloak of darkness, the air crackled with stories. These tales, whispered through the wind, carried the weight of ancient wisdom, tales of powerful spirits, and the delicate balance of life and death. Inuit mythology, rich with vibrant characters and haunting legends, spilled forth into the world, seeping into the canvas of literature and art, like the first light of dawn breaking over the frozen tundra. As the icy breath of the north enveloped the mind, one could almost hear the echoes of the past. Stories of the trickster Nanook, the great polar bear spirit, and Sedna, the goddess of the sea, danced through the imagination like ghostly shadows. They were not merely figures in a story. They were alive, breathing and pulsing, with an energy that transcended time. Artists felt this pull, this magnetic connection to the ancient myths that shaped the lives of the Inuit people, and they began to paint, sculpt, and write in tribute to these legends. With each brushstroke, the artists captured the essence of the stories, the fierce struggles of survival amidst endless white expanses, the camaraderie of a community bound by shared beliefs and stories. The spirit of the North flowed through their hands, transforming blank canvases into swirling depictions of the aurora borealis, shimmering like the vibrant tales they represented. It was as if the colors themselves held the power of Sedna, calling forth the creatures of the sea to leap from the depths of the canvas into the viewer's heart. In literature, these stories wove their magic as well. Writers, inspired by the rich lore, began to pen tales that resonated deeply within the souls of their readers. The narrative of the Inuit life, woven with respect for nature, reverence for the spirits, and the intertwining of human existence with the animal world, echoed through the pages of novels and poems, breathing life into the written word. The tension within these stories, the struggle against the fierce Arctic elements, mirrored the internal battles faced by humanity itself, the quest for purpose, the search for connection. In the hands of storytellers, mythological figures rose from the pages, their struggles relatable, their triumphs uplifting. Readers, compelled by the raw emotion and stark realities, found themselves lost in the tales of strength and vulnerability. The stories acted as a bridge between worlds, connecting contemporary readers to a culture that thrived in harmony with the land. Each tale was a heartbeat, a reminder of the resilience that lay within, a beckoning to embrace the beauty and brutality of life. As artists and writers drew inspiration from the depths of Inuit mythology, their works began to reflect a fusion of cultures. The stories resonated beyond the boundaries of the Arctic, finding homes in galleries and libraries across the globe. Each piece resonated with the spirit of the North, a testament to the enduring power of these ancient tales. Yet, as the world embraced them, something else stirred. A longing arose, a desire to connect with the land, to understand the stories that had withstood the test of time. The tension of this quest pulsated through the art and literature inspired by Inuit mythology. New voices emerged, seeking to honor the traditions while also sharing personal narratives that intertwined with age-old legends. The stories of the past echoed through the present, making room for new interpretations while grounding themselves in the wisdom of those who came before. It was a delicate dance, a balancing act between reverence and innovation. Contemporary artists began to reimagine the ancient myths, infusing them with modern elements while maintaining their essence. Sculptures of Sedna, often carved from local materials, captured the spirit of the ocean. They became not only representations of myth, but also symbols of the ongoing relationship between people and nature, a reminder of the fragility of both. Each piece told its own story, weaving a narrative that connected the past with the present. Literature, in turn, blossomed with voices that were both familiar and new. Poets painted vivid landscapes with words, while novelists crafted intricate plots that drew upon the timeless themes of Inuit mythology. The struggles of survival, the love for family, and the respect for nature resonated with readers from all walks of life. It was as if the ancient spirits were whispering through the pages, inviting everyone into their world, a world filled with beauty and pain, light and dark. The influence of Inuit mythology created ripples that spread far beyond the Arctic, touching the hearts of those who encountered it. It sparked conversations about the importance of storytelling, the need to honor one's heritage, and the urgency of preserving the delicate balance of nature. Each artwork, each written word, became a vessel for cultural exchange, fostering understanding and respect across diverse communities. As the stars twinkled overhead, casting their light upon the snow-covered earth, the stories of the Inuit lived on. Through the passionate strokes of a painter's brush and the heartfelt words of a poet, the legends found new life, a testament to the resilience of culture and the power of myth. They ignited a flame of emotion, a rush of goosebumps, as readers and viewers were drawn into a world where the past and present intertwined. In this swirling tapestry of myth and modernity, the threads of Inuit stories bound humanity together. The spirits of the North continued to whisper, urging all to listen, to learn, and to honor the stories that shaped the lives of those who came before. The journey of these myths was far from over. It had merely transformed, evolving alongside the world while keeping the heart of the Inuit alive. And so, the narrative flowed on, each word and image a heartbeat echoing through time, creating an unbreakable connection between all who dared to engage with the essence of these ancient tales. The wind howled outside, a bitter howl that wrapped itself around the icy huts of the Inuit people. Inside, the warmth of the fire crackled, casting flickering shadows on the walls, adorned with ancient carvings. Each figure told a story, a fragment of time captured in bone and ivory. There was an unbroken thread of life and spirit woven through the air as elders recounted tales that had been passed down through generations, each word a pulse of the past. Among them was the story of Sedna, the mother of the sea, a figure both beautiful and feared. Legend spoke of her cascading hair, flowing like the tides, and her haunting eyes that mirrored the depths of the ocean. When the hunters of the village would sit in silence, waiting for fish to bite, they would whisper her name, hoping to appease her spirit. In an age where survival depended on the mercy of nature, Sedna stood as both protector and punisher, a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the wild. As the elder spoke, children huddled close, eyes wide with both wonder and fear. They gasped when he narrated how Sedna was cast into the depths by her own father. He had been angered by her beauty and the whispers of her power. Ensnared by her own destiny, she became the queen of the sea, her fingers transforming into the fins and flippers of the very creatures whose lives she would govern. The children's hearts raced, caught between fear and admiration for a woman who wielded such strength in a world where the cold could swallow them whole. The tale wove seamlessly into others, echoing across the room. There was the story of the raven, a trickster with feathers black as the midnight sky, whose antics brought both joy and chaos. He stole the sun, casting light upon the world. But in his playful mischief, he also reminded the people of the darkness that lurked in every corner. The elders' voices rose and fell like the waves outside, creating a rhythm that resonated deep within the souls of those who listened. Outside, the auroras danced, bright greens and purples swirling in the sky, a celestial show that drew the gaze of everyone in attendance. It was a reflection of the emotions ignited by the tales, a visual echo of the beauty and danger of their world. The Inuit believed that the spirits of their ancestors soared among the lights, watching, guiding, and sometimes warning. Each flicker in the sky mirrored the flicker of life that pulsed in the stories shared around the fire. Similar stories emerged from distant lands, where the indigenous peoples shared their own myths, steeped in the same rich tapestry of life and nature. The Lakota spoke of the white buffalo woman, who brought the sacred pipe, a gift that connected the people to the Great Spirit. She emerged from the horizon, a symbol of hope and renewal, just as Sedna offered the bounty of the sea to her children. Both figures, revered and strong, served as reminders of the connection between humankind and the earth, the vibrant web of life that demanded respect and reverence. The tales of these diverse cultures intermingled, creating a symphony of beliefs and values that transcended borders. Across the ocean, the Aboriginal peoples of Australia sang their Dreamtime stories, weaving the creation of the world through their songs and dances. The rainbow serpent, a powerful figure, slithered through the land, shaping mountains and rivers, just as Sedna shaped the very essence of the ocean. Each story, like a thread in a grand tapestry, connected their pasts and presents, binding their communities together. But there was an undercurrent of tension, a reminder of the fragility of these traditions. As the modern world encroached, threatening to swallow the tales whole, the elders spoke fiercely, their voices rising above the crackling fire. They knew that these stories were not just remnants of the past. They were lifelines, vital to the survival of their cultures. The children, entranced, felt the weight of this responsibility resting on their small shoulders. They were the next guardians of these ancient truths, and the flickering fire before them was but a small part of the great illumination that their ancestors had lit. The mood shifted as the elder's voice broke, heavy with emotion. Wrinkles of sorrow etched deeper into his face as he spoke of the time when outsiders arrived, seeking to erase their way of life. The tales that had once united them began to crumble under the weight of misunderstanding and fear. Yet, even in adversity, the spirit shone brightest. He recounted how the people resisted, how they continued to tell their stories around the fire, even when the wind howled louder. Each tale became a shield, protecting their identity, a reminder that no matter how cold the world outside, the warmth of their myths could never be extinguished. Outside, the wolves began to howl, a haunting chorus that echoed the elders' words. The children shivered under the weight of the moment, their hearts swelling with both pride and fear. They felt the urgency in the air, a call to remember, to honor, to keep the stories alive. In that sacred space, the stories danced like the auroras above, a tapestry of fear, beauty, and resilience. With every whisper of Sedna's name, every chuckle at the raven's tricks, the flame burned brighter. The elders saw it in the eyes of the children, a flicker of understanding, a spark of connection that would carry forth. And just as the firelight began to fade, the night deepened its embrace. The tales of the Inuit blended into the misty air, leaving a haunting echo that would linger long after the flames died down. This was not just a memory. It was the beginning of something profound. As the elders prepared to tell more, the connection between myths and the heart of humanity coiled tightly together, awaiting the dawn that would witness the rebirth of a world that had nearly been forgotten. The cold wind whistled through the valleys of the Arctic, a haunting melody that echoed the whispers of ancient spirits. In the stark white landscape, where the sun barely kissed the horizon, the stories of the Inuit people began to take shape, woven into the very fabric of their lives. Legends of powerful beings and mysterious forces danced in the minds of those huddled around fires, their breath visible in the frosty air, as they recounted tales that had been passed down through generations. Inuit mythology was not merely a collection of stories, it was a lifeline, a way to make sense of the harsh world around them. Each tale was a thread in the intricate tapestry of their culture, reflecting their relationship with the land, the animals, and the unseen powers that governed their existence. At the center of it all was the figure of Sedna, the goddess of the sea, whose fingers transformed into creatures of the ocean, reflecting the vital bond between the Inuit and the waters that provided their sustenance. Her story, full of both beauty and tragedy, resonated deeply, reminding the Inuit of the delicate balance between nature and humankind. As time moved forward, the tales morphed and shifted, adapting to the ever-changing world outside the icy expanse. The arrival of European explorers in the Arctic brought not only new challenges, but also new perspectives. The Inuit, resilient as they were, began to incorporate these encounters into their mythology. The strange ships that sailed across their waters, and the foreign faces that stepped onto their land became characters in their stories, symbols of both fear and curiosity. The tales of the trickster, Nanook, who could manipulate the forces of nature, grew richer. Now he played with the winds and tides, outsmarting both the invaders and the elements, showcasing the indomitable spirit of his people. The stories of the past continued to echo in the minds of the elders, who saw the importance of keeping these narratives alive. They gathered the young ones around the crackling fires, their voices steady and warm as they painted vivid scenes of the hunters and the hunted. Each evening was a reminder that the past was not gone, but lived on, embedded in the hearts of those willing to listen. The myths had a way of teaching resilience, of instilling a deep respect for the land, for the animals, and for each other. The oral tradition thrived, breathing life into the stories of the moon, the stars, and the spirits that roamed the night, keeping the memories fresh and the lessons ready to guide future generations. But as the years passed, the world outside the Arctic continued to encroach. The rhythm of traditional life began to wane under the weight of modernity. The stories that had once filled the air with magic now faced the threat of being forgotten. Yet, in the face of such change, the Inuit people found new ways to adapt, to intertwine the old with the new. The legends of their ancestors began to find their way into art, into music, into the written word. Artists used vibrant colors to depict the powerful figures of myth, breathing life back into the old tales. Musicians sang of Sedna and her oceanic realm, their melodies both a tribute and a call to remember. Through the lens of modernity, the ancient myths transformed yet again, keeping pace with a world that was both familiar and foreign. The stories reflected the struggles of the Inuit people as they navigated through the complexities of contemporary life, while still honoring the spirits that had guided them for centuries. The tales became a source of strength, a reminder of their identity, in a world that often sought to erase it. The once icy landscapes now echoed with fresh voices, young and old, sharing tales that were both timeless and immediate. The bond between the people and their mythology was stronger than ever. Elders became the keepers of the past and the architects of the future, blending traditional narratives with contemporary experiences. The stories of hunting, survival, and respect for the land were imbued with lessons of modern struggles against climate change and cultural erasure. Each tale became a bridge, connecting the past with the present, reminding everyone that their history was alive and breathing, just like the icy winds that swept across the land. As the fire flickered, illuminating the faces of those gathered, a sense of urgency filled the air. New challenges loomed: climate change, globalization, the disappearing ice. Yet, in each story shared, there was a spark of hope. Sedna's resilience in the face of adversity became a symbol of endurance for the Inuit people, reminding them that even in the darkest times, the light of their heritage would guide them through. The narratives evolved, weaving in new characters and themes that resonated with the struggles of today, yet always returning to the core teachings that had sustained them for generations. In this ever-changing landscape of mythology, the Inuit people stood tall, embracing their past while facing forward into the unknown. The stories pulsed with life, a dynamic force that refused to be silenced. They were not simply relics of a bygone era, but living expressions of a culture that had thrived against the odds. The echoes of laughter, the cries of the animals, and the whispers of the sea filled the air, a reminder that the connection to their roots was unbreakable, even as the world around them shifted. And so, The threads of mythology continued to be woven, alive with meaning, emotion, and the heartbeat of a people who knew that their stories were as vital as the land they inhabited. The past merged with the present, creating a tapestry of resilience, identity, and hope that would guide them into the future. The fires crackled on, casting shadows on the snow as the legends lived on, ever evolving, ever relevant, forever etched in the hearts of those who called the Arctic home. The wind howled outside, a fierce whisper that echoed the ancient tales of those who roamed the frozen lands long before time was measured in days and nights. In the silence of an Inuit village, where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds over the vast ice-bound landscape, stories of mythical creatures danced on the lips of elders. These were not mere fantasies. They were the heartbeats of an entire culture, woven into the fabric of life and death, warmth and cold, light and dark. At the edge of the village, a small child clutched a worn seal blanket, eyes wide with wonder as the shadows flickered in the firelight. It was said that the moon held secrets and that the spirits of the long lost whispered their names to those who dared to listen. Perhaps tonight, a great spirit would come. Perhaps tonight, the little one would see the legendary beings that lurked just beyond the veil of the known world. There was the Kalupiluk, a fearsome creature that lived beneath the ice, with the body of a woman wrapped in sealskin and legs that could stretch and twist like the currents of the sea. She drew children toward her with a siren's call. Those who ventured too close to the edge of the ice would hear her song, sweet and haunting. Parents warned their children to stay away, for those who were lured too close often vanished without a trace, swallowed by the frozen waters. The fear of the Kalupiluk gripped the hearts of mothers. Echoes of ancient warnings passed down through generations, each word a chilling reminder of the danger that lurked beneath the surface. Then there was Tukuwak, the spirit of the hunt. He was both protector and trickster, appearing in the guise of a great white bear or a majestic caribou. Hunters spoke of him in reverent tones, sharing tales of those who had encountered him in the icy wilderness. Some claimed he would lead the worthy to herds of game, while others warned of his mischievous side, where he would lead the foolish to treacherous paths, ensuring that only the strong and wise would survive. The thrill of the hunt was laced with a dangerous respect for the spirit, a reminder that the balance between life and death was delicate, and the land itself could shift in an instant. As night deepened, the child's heartbeat quickened at the tales of the Ijirak, the elusive being who could bend time and space. This creature of the shadows could disguise itself as a human, wandering among the villagers, yet slipping away just when one thought they had grasped it. Stories told of how the Ijirak would mislead travelers, leading them in circles until they were lost in the endless white. Some claimed he was a guardian of secrets, while others whispered of a darker purpose. The thrill of uncertainty wrapped the villagers like the furs they wore, a shroud of fear and fascination that haunted their dreams. The elders, with their weathered hands and knowing eyes, spoke of the Lahan, the spirit of the sky and wind. Sela was the breath of the world, both gentle and fierce. On calm days, she was a soft whisper, urging the snow to settle, creating a blanket of silence. But when angered, she would unleash storms, howling across the land, a reminder of nature's untamed power. People learned to listen to her, interpreting the winds and clouds as messages, as signs of what was to come. It was said that those who respected Sela would receive her favor, while those who took her for granted would face her wrath. Just outside the village, the auroras danced in the night sky, swirling hues of green and purple, like the spirits themselves. The Inuit believed these lights were the spirits of their ancestors, celebrating and playing in the heavens. They were a bridge between the living and the dead, a reminder that life continued even in the darkest of times. Children would gaze up in awe, their hearts swelling with a mix of fear and hope, feeling the presence of those who had come before. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the night, a distant growl that resonated through the village like a thunderclap. The child's heart raced as the elders exchanged worried glances, the tales of the Mananukri, the great polar bear spirit, rushing back to their minds. Nanook was a guardian of the ice, a being of immense power, often guiding hunters in their search for food, but he was also a harbinger of imbalance. Should the hunters take too much, his wrath would be swift and unforgiving. It was said that those who angered Nanook would see their fate sealed in the icy grip of the Arctic wasteland. As the growl faded into the night, a hush fell over the village. Tension hung thick in the air, and the flickering flames cast eerie shadows that danced across the walls, as if the very spirits were among them, listening, watching. The elders resumed their tales, their voices weaving a tapestry of hope and caution, the stories igniting the imaginations of the young and old alike. In this frozen land, where the boundary between the living and the otherworldly was as thin as the ice upon the fjords, every shadow seemed alive with possibility. The child, eyes sparkling with dreams and fears, felt the weight of the legends, each creature a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. The stories wrapped around them like the furs they wore, each whisper a reminder that the world was full of wonders and horrors, waiting just out of sight. As the fires began to dim, the stars shone brighter, and the child leaned closer, drawn into the warmth of the stories that had shaped a people. Little did they know that the night was far from over, and the dawn would bring new tales, new fears, and the promise of more mythical beings waiting to be unveiled. Without warning, the winds began to rise again, swirling around the village as if beckoning, pulling at the edges of reality itself, hinting at the mysteries yet to come. The fire crackled softly, its orange glow flickering against the darkness that enveloped the small igloo. Outside, the icy wind howled like a lost soul, but inside, warmth radiated from the shared stories of generations. The elders sat in a circle, their faces marked with the lines of time, eyes glinting with the wisdom of the ages. Shadows danced across the walls, weaving in and out of sight like the tales just waiting to be told. As one elder, Old Man Akpik, leaned forward, the group fell silent, anticipation hanging in the air like the scent of smoke. His voice, deep and resonant, broke the stillness. Long ago, he began, when the moon was young and the stars whispered secrets, a great hunt unfolded under the shimmering northern lights. Each word tumbled out like a snowflake, delicate yet full of weight, drawing listeners deeper into the narrative. The Inuit have long understood the power of stories. They are not mere entertainment. They are lifeblood, the very essence of their culture and history. Here, in the cold embrace of the Arctic, every tale serves a purpose, a lesson wrapped snugly in the fabric of adventure and emotion. Akpik's voice rose, filled with intensity, as he recounted how a brave hunter named Kalak ventured into the heart of the frozen wilderness, seeking the elusive caribou that would sustain his people through the harsh winter. As Akpik painted the scene, the audience could almost feel the biting cold, hear the crunch of snow beneath Kalak's boots, and smell the crisp, clean air. The rhythm of his storytelling alternated, sometimes slow and reflective, as he described Calic's fears and hopes, and at other times, quick and intense, mirroring the hunter's heartbeat as he faced the wild beast that could mean life or death. It was a dance of words that left listeners on the edge of their seats, their hearts racing alongside the heroes. Then came the moment of tension. Akpik leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. But Calic was not alone. The spirit of his ancestors watched over him, guiding him through the shadows. A shiver ran through the crowd. They could feel the weight of their ancestors' presence, a collective breath held in reverence. The importance of lineage, the connection to the past, surged through the room like a powerful tide, binding everyone together in shared heritage. As the tale unfolded, Calic faced trials that tested not just his strength, but his very spirit. A snowstorm erupted, fierce and unyielding. Akpik vividly described the howling winds, the blinding snow, and Calac's struggle to remain upright against nature's fury. He thought of his family, of the warmth of their home, and his heart burned with the desire to return, Akpik said, and a quiet murmur of empathy rippled through the audience. Suddenly, the story shifted. Calic found himself in a face-off with a great bear, fierce and majestic. Here, Akpik's storytelling reached a fever pitch, his voice rising and falling like the ocean waves. The bear roared, a sound that echoed through the valley like thunder. Calic stood still, heart pounding, knowing that every decision in that moment could change everything. Each gasp from the crowd mirrored Calic's own fear as they felt the icy grip of impending danger. With every flick of Akpik's wrist, he painted vivid images that made the audience feel as if they were standing right alongside Calic, their hearts intertwined with his fate. The ancient technique of infusing emotion into tales kept them entranced. Akpik would pause just long enough for the tension to build, then release it with a moment of catharsis, a vivid description of Calac's triumph, or a heart-wrenching moment of defeat. When Calic finally defeated the bear, it was not just a victory over nature. It was a testament to perseverance, a lesson deeply woven into the fabric of Inuit life. He brought the bear home, not just as a trophy, but as a symbol, Akpik explained, his eyes shimmering with pride. For this was not just about survival, it was about respect, honoring the spirit of the bear that gave its life. His voice softened, inviting reflection. The listeners could feel the weight of the moral echo in their hearts. As the story wound to its conclusion, Akpik shifted the narrative to encompass the community, the laughter, the shared meals, and the warmth of the fire. The tales of Calic would be told and retold, shaping the identity of those who listened. Stories were not just for entertainment. They were a way to pass down knowledge, to bond families, and to instill values in the young. The crowd could feel the love and unity that forged their ancestors' lives, a feeling that transcended time. Old Man Akpik's voice grew softer, almost a whisper, as he reminded them that every story has the power to change lives. Remember, children, he said, the tales we tell shape who we are. They guide us through the darkest nights and remind us of the light. The listeners, their eyes reflecting the firelight, sat spellbound, hearts full of the rich history they had just absorbed, each one feeling a part of something greater than themselves. Yet, just as the fire crackled and the last echoes of Akpik's voice faded into the night, a young girl named Anuk, her eyes wide with wonder, dared to speak up. But what happens next, old man? What if Calic faced another challenge? The question hung in the air, a spark ignited, yearning for more. The elders exchanged knowing glances, smiles dancing on their lips, as the flicker of inspiration ignited anew. With that, the cycle began again. Each elder knew that stories were never truly finished. They lived and breathed, forever evolving with each telling. The darkness outside may have been fierce, but inside the igloo, an endless world of stories awaited, a rich tapestry of emotion, history, and life, ready to be woven into the hearts of all who gathered. The night was young, and the fire was still warm, inviting them to share, to create, and to remember that the art of narration was, and always would be, the soul of the Inuit. The village square was alive with the whispers of ancient tales as the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows that danced against the cobblestone. Elders, with their weathered faces etched by time, gathered around a flickering fire, the flames crackling like laughter from another age. The air was thick with anticipation. For every soul in the village knew that the stories of their ancestors were about to be breathed back into existence. Seated on a wooden stool, old man Tarek, with hair as white as snow and eyes gleaming with a mischief that belied his age, leaned forward. His voice, gravelly yet melodic, filled the silence, drawing the children closer, their shining eyes wide with wonder. "Have you ever met the moon goddess?" he asked, a twinkle sparking in his gaze. The children gasped, leaning in, hearts racing as they hung on his every word. Long ago, she danced among the stars, weaving dreams into the fabric of night. Each tale was a thread, weaving the rich tapestry of the village's history. Tarek had lived through wars, famines, and the joyous return of spring. He was a keeper of stories, a guardian of the past, and the importance of his role was not lost on anyone present. The elders were the heartbeat of the community, the living libraries that housed the myths that had shaped their identity. Each story was not merely a narrative, it was a lifeline, connecting the present to the past, binding generations with invisible threads of shared experience. Across the circle, Elder Miriam, with her gentle smile and knowing eyes, added her voice to the mix. "And let me tell you about the great river that flows through our lands, a river so vibrant that it holds the spirits of our ancestors. They say if you listen closely, you can hear their laughter in the water." Her words floated on the evening breeze, resonating within the hearts of those who craved connection, who sought understanding of the world around them. As tension mounted in the flickering light, the elders shared tales of bravery, love, and loss. They were not just recounting events. They were resurrecting emotions, evoking memories that lay dormant within the listeners. Each child felt a thrill of fear as Tarek spoke of the great beast that once roamed the mountains, a creature so fierce that it could turn the sky dark. The story echoed like a heartbeat, filling the listeners with both dread and exhilaration. These stories were not simply entertainment. They were sacred knowledge passed down through the ages, evolving yet remaining rooted in the truth of human experience. The elders were acutely aware of their responsibility. They understood that to forget a story was to erase a part of the community itself. With each word they spoke, they were stitching the fabric of their culture tighter, ensuring that the essence of who they were would never fade away. The younger generation soaked in the words, their imaginations ignited. They saw the moon goddess shimmering in the sky, felt the currents of the river flowing through their veins, and sensed the looming presence of the beast in the shadows. With each tale, the elders reminded them of their place in the universe. They were not merely children of today, but threads in an ancient tapestry that had been woven long before their time. As dusk turned to night, a chill crept into the air. But the warmth of the fire and the stories wrapped around the villagers like a comforting blanket. The elders shared not just stories of their people, but of the cosmos itself, lessons about life and nature, about love and loss, about the importance of community. They spoke of the seasons, how the land ebbed and flowed like the stories they told, echoing the cycles of life. Suddenly, Tarek's voice took on a grave tone. But beware, dear ones, for there are those who seek to silence our stories. In times of war, they will try to erase what we hold dear. His words felt like a thunderclap, breaking through the warmth of the night. The villagers shifted, glancing at each other with unease. The elders were not just keepers of stories. They were warriors for memory, defenders of truth. The tension was palpable as Miriam interjected, her voice steady yet fierce. That is why we gather. We must share these tales, let them echo through the ages, ensuring that they are never lost. Her eyes sparkled with determination, casting a spell that enveloped the listeners. They were entranced, caught in a web spun from ancient wisdom, the kind that tugged at their hearts and stirred a yearning deep within. With every story shared, the villagers felt an unbreakable bond forming, a connection that transcended time. They understood that each tale was not just a story. It was a call to arms, a rallying cry to remember, to preserve. The elders, in their fragile yet powerful presence, were like anchors, keeping the community grounded in a world that often threatened to sweep them away in forgetfulness. As the fire flickered and the stories flowed, the night stretched on, becoming a tapestry of laughter, gasps, and the occasional tear. The village embraced the weight of their history, the proud legacy that pulsed through their veins. They realized in that sacred space that they were not just listeners. They were part of an ongoing narrative, a living myth that would continue long after the elders had passed on. In the shadows, the stars blinked above, a reminder of the vastness of the tales yet to be told. As Tarek began to weave another story, one that would carry them into the realms of adventure and magic, the air crackled with anticipation. The legacy of the elders, rich with emotion and wisdom, would continue to flow through the hearts of the young, ensuring that the essence of their culture would never be extinguished. The fire burned bright, souls illuminated by the glow of history, and the night promised more stories to come. The screen flickered to life, revealing a haunting landscape where the sky hung heavy with dark clouds and the air was thick with anticipation. A lone figure stood at the edge of a cliff, arms outstretched, as if trying to grasp the very essence of the storm swirling around him. In that moment, the audience felt the weight of ancient tales pressing down on them. They were not just watching a film, they were witnessing the resurgence of myths that had withstood the test of time, echoing through generations. Across the globe, from the icy fjords of Scandinavia to the sunlit shores of Greece, myths have long been woven into the fabric of human culture. These stories of gods and goddesses, mighty heroes, and tragic flaws have shaped beliefs, morals, and identities. Yet, in modern adaptations, these narratives take on new life, breathing fresh air into age-old tales that resonate with contemporary audiences. The characters, once confined to the dusty pages of ancient texts, step boldly into the 21st century, reshaping their destinies against the backdrop of modern dilemmas. In the dim light of a cinema, a young woman is glued to the screen, her heart racing as she watches a reimagined version of the tragic love story of Orpheus and Eurydice. This adaptation, set in a bustling urban center, transforms the myth into a tale of love's resilience amidst the chaos of modern life. The audience feels each heartbeat, each moment of despair, as the protagonist traverses the shadows of the underworld, now a labyrinth of urban decay, searching for his lost love, trapped in a world where technology and emotion clash. The ancient story of sacrifice and the power of love resonates, reminding viewers that even in the face of despair, hope can shine through the darkest of times. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes clear how deeply rooted these myths are in human experience. The stories touch on universal themes that cross time and space: love, betrayal, vengeance, and redemption. In another adaptation, the myth of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give humanity knowledge, transforms into a gripping tale of a whistleblower revealing dark secrets in a powerful corporation. Audiences find themselves on the edge of their seats, captivated by the ethical dilemmas faced by the protagonist, echoing the same questions that plagued Prometheus. What is the price of knowledge? What sacrifices must one make for the greater good? The tension builds as viewers are drawn into the emotional complexity of these characters. They see themselves in the struggles of Persephone, torn between two worlds, grappling with the duality of life and death, joy and sorrow. In a modern adaptation, Persephone is a young woman caught between her passion for life and the weight of societal expectations. Her journey resonates profoundly, reflecting the internal battles many face today. The audience feels her frustration, her longing for freedom, as she navigates a world that often pulls her in opposing directions. And then there's the fierce warrior, Artemis, reimagined not merely as a huntress, but as a champion for women's rights in a patriarchal society. The film captures her strength, her defiance, and her unwavering commitment to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Every arrow she draws back is a statement of resistance. Each shot fired a challenge to the status quo. Viewers cheer for her, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the beats of her courageous heart. In her, they see their own battles reflected, a battle against injustice, fear, and silence. As the tales unfold, they intertwine with modern technology and social struggles. The myth of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, transforms into a cautionary tale of ambition in a world obsessed with success. In this retelling, Icarus is a young entrepreneur whose dreams of greatness blind him to the dangers lurking beneath the surface of his ambitions. The audience winces as he reaches for the stars, knowing all too well the consequences of his hubris. Each frame of film, each carefully crafted scene, captures the essence of these timeless myths, infused with contemporary relevance. The majestic visuals are paired with powerful soundtracks that tug at the heartstrings, compelling the audience to feel deeply. The emotional weight is palpable, making it impossible to look away. These adaptations don't just tell stories, they ignite passions, provoke thoughts, and stir up feelings long buried. The screen fades to black, but the echoes of these myths linger in the silence, leaving the audience breathless. They leave the theater, not just with entertainment, but with a sense of connection, a reminder that the struggles of ancient heroes are mirrored in their own lives. These stories, once confined to scrolls and oral traditions, now pulse with new energy, reminding everyone that the past is never truly gone. It lives on, evolving and adapting, forever intertwined with the present. As credits roll, discussions ignite amongst viewers. They share their thoughts and feelings, recalling the powerful moments that struck chords within them. The modern adaptations of these myths, intertwined with their raw human emotions, create a tapestry that binds generations together. The legacy of these ancient stories transforms, reshaping the narratives that define humanity. In the swirling vortex of film and media, myths are not relics of the past. They are living stories, constantly reshaping themselves to reflect the realities of the world around us. Each adaptation holds the mirror to society, forcing individuals to confront their beliefs, fears, and hopes. The electric thrill of watching these myths adapted for the screen is just the beginning, a doorway to a deeper understanding of what it means to be human. As the lights come up and the audience emerges into the world outside, they carry the weight of these stories with them. The myths that have captured imaginations for centuries now pulse through their veins, connecting them to a lineage of storytelling that transcends time. The threads of myth and reality weave together, creating a tapestry of existence that continues to unfold, inviting all to step into the next chapter of this timeless human experience. The icy winds howled through the vast open spaces of the Arctic, carrying whispers of ancient tales that lingered in the air like the scent of snow. The Inuit people, with their deep connections to the land, the sea, and the spirits of their ancestors, held stories that pulsed with life, stories that danced around campfires and echoed through generations. But as the world outside their icy homeland rushed forward, a pressing question loomed. Would these cherished myths survive in a rapidly changing landscape? Children gathered around the flickering flames, their eyes wide as the elders spoke of the trickster spirit, Nanook, who governed the creatures of the Arctic. The laughter of the young ones merged with the crackling of the fire, forming a bond between past and present. But beneath that laughter, a tremor of unease sparked. Could these stories withstand the relentless march of time, the encroachment of technology, and the erasure of tradition? Inuit mythology, a tapestry woven with intricate threads of respect, survival, and wonder, faced a formidable foe in the form of modernity. The icy landscape, once a sanctuary, transformed as climate change began to rewrite the narratives inscribed on the glaciers. As the ice melted, the stories that depended on that frozen foundation began to fade too. The elders, keepers of the lore, felt a weight pressing upon their hearts, a haunting sense of urgency to pass down what was slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. But within the shadow of threat grew a flicker of hope. Innovative spirits emerged from the community, bright-eyed dreamers who understood the importance of storytelling. They knew that the past could not simply be preserved, it needed to evolve. With creativity wrapped in respect for tradition, they sought new ways to breathe life into the myths. Artists began to paint vibrant murals, depicting the tales of Sedna, the sea goddess, and her connection to humanity. Musicians strummed their guitars, mixing traditional Inuit throat singing with contemporary rhythms, crafting soundscapes that resonated with the pulse of their ancestors. One evening, during the darkest hours of winter, a gathering took place, a cultural festival that pulsed with energy and excitement. The air was thick with anticipation as the community came together, young and old, to celebrate their heritage. Stalls lined the streets, each one a treasure trove of Inuit artistry. Hand-carved figures danced in the soft glow of lanterns, depicting the great caribou and the wise polar bears, the legends breathing through each stroke of the artist's hand. As the wind whispered through the crowd, a storyteller stepped forward, the flickering light reflecting in their eyes. With a voice that carried the weight of history, they began to weave a tale. The audience hung on every word, hearts racing with the rhythm of the story. The ancient spirits seemed to join them in that moment, swirling in the air, their presence felt by all. Children clutched their parents' hands, captivated by the magic unfolding before them. Adults, too, found themselves wrapped in the warmth of nostalgia and pride, their minds racing back to their own childhoods, to evenings spent around fires as the stories came to life. But the challenges remained. The younger generation faced the allure of modern distractions, smartphones, video games, and a world that often felt disconnected from the earth. Yet, there was a spark in the air, a realization that storytelling could be redefined. A group of teenagers, armed with their knowledge of technology, decided to create a digital archive of Inuit mythology. With each recorded story, they preserved the essence of their culture while making it accessible to a wider audience. What was once confined to the shadows of the Arctic now reached across the globe, a bridge connecting the past to the future. In the quiet moments of introspection, elders marveled at the innovation surrounding them. They shared their stories with bubbling pride, each tale a thread in the larger tapestry of their identity. The tales of transformation and resilience began to mirror the very journey the community was on. They realized that change did not mean loss. It could also signify renewal. The flame of their heritage burned brighter, not extinguished, but transformed. As the festival drew to a close, the community gathered under the vast starry sky. Each star seemed to twinkle with the essence of the myths, an endless canvas of stories yet to be told. In that moment, they understood that Inuit mythology was not merely a relic of the past. It was alive, breathing, shifting like the icebergs on the horizon. They felt a collective pulse, a heartbeat that echoed through the ages, promising that as long as there were voices to share the stories, the myths would endure. The world outside continued to rush forward, but within the embrace of the Arctic, a new narrative was being crafted. The blend of preservation and innovation, tradition and modernity, created a space where the past met the present. And as the elders looked upon the eager faces of the youth, they felt the weight of their stories transform into wings, ready to soar into the future. The journey of Inuit mythology was far from over. It was merely beginning again, a cycle of rebirth that would continue to inspire, connect, and illuminate. With each tale shared, a new thread was woven, binding community and culture together. The echoes of laughter and the whispers of the past formed a resonant melody, one that would not just survive, but thrive amid the changing tides. The future of Inuit mythology beckoned, vibrant and alive, a testament to the resilience of a people who understood that their stories were not just for them, but for the world. A gift wrapped in the frost and fire of their heritage, waiting to ignite the hearts of generations to come.